Hello and welcome, gamers. We have the first Challenger Cup of the winter season in front of us right now. We have 128 players in this one. So going to be a 128 player top cut bracket, essentially, right from the start, single elimination. Quickly, let me turn on the in-game music, and then we're going to go and find out together if Yummy is going to make a huge impact on the tournament scene or not. Of course, I was able to get a first impression. Why is the audio bad? Wait, the audio should be fine. It's normal. The right microphone is selected. Oh, no, it's all good. I double checked all the settings, but let me know if there's problems with it. All right, anyways, I was able to get a first impression of Yummy on yesterday's stream, and I thought it was a good deck, even though I only tried the pure version. Of course, there's other ways to play the deck, and there's also other decks and archetypes in the newest selection pack, so we'll see if we find any of that in today's tournament. Maybe someone shows up playing, I don't know, DDDs maybe? We'll find out. Did I make the right decision dismantling my Malice deck to make Draco Tail? Yes, absolutely. I support that decision. I love Draco Tail. Yes, I am in Montabaur and Gießen this weekend. I'm playing 2 regionals this weekend, tomorrow and Sunday. Okay, and we do see a Sulfur-Court Cutia as the normal summon here, which is a 1-card starter for Yummy. We keep going by special summoning Cookie Yummy, making Cupsy Yummy Way, searching to Yummy, so far completely uninterrupted. And we're discarding Psyframe Driver, alright. Cupsy Yummy adds Surprise, Special Marshmallow, and maybe we're going to be able to see some Sulfur-Court combos here as well, because of course we did see them start with a Sulfur-Court card. Metal Martyr brings back Cupsy Yummy Way, and that's the setup for Herald of the Arclight. So from now on we have a negate for any sort of interruption from the opponent. Ooh, this Herald of the Arclight foreshadowing is not in a zone that Sprite Elf would protect. We're scaling Sulfur-Court Solfegia, which negates a monster effect on the field if you control a Grand Sulfur-Court, which we do not yet have. First time catching you live after being a sub for almost half a year. That is crazy, but hello. Alright, Yummy Snatchy hasn't used its effect yet, so we're gonna get Minion from the deck. We do have the setup for a pendulum summon. We have scale 0 to 9, which means we can pendulum summon level 1 monsters, which doesn't really matter that much in the case of the yummy monsters because you could summon them from the hand anyways, but you can pendulum summon the Cutia from the extra deck. I don't think we've gone for Lollipo Yamiway yet to revive 2 from the grave, so we're doing that now. Hi Josh, can I play? There's going to be a lot of Challenger Cups. You can't play this one because, of course, it's already started, the tournament. But you can go ! Challenger Cup in the chat. There's a command. If you want to join the Challenger Cup Discord server, you can play future Challenger Cups. They're all free to play. And there's like multiple each week, so you'll find one that you can play in. Ain't that Herald in the wrong zone? I already said, yeah, it's not going to be targeting protected by Sprite Elf, but there's also a possibility. I'm not 100% sure about the lists that people are using in Sulfur Yummy specifically. Because I do know that the Sulfur cards, they do take up some extra deck space. It varies how many you have to play. But there's a chance... Okay, never mind. I was about to say there's a chance that they don't play Sprite Elf because they need to fit all the Sulfur Cords. Seems like that's not the case. So it seems like they just... Maybe it was a deliberate decision to make other stuff untargetable, or they just put the Arclight in a zone that they didn't... Yeah, maybe they want the arrows to pendulum summon stuff, but we'll see. Yeah, maybe they want to summon more Link monsters, so they actually need those zones under Elf to perform Link summons, right? Like, they might want to summon a Sulfur Link, of course, and then maybe even an IP Masquerena or something. Alright, we're pendulum summoning 1. We're going to use Promoa's effect in scale, which is non-once per turn. When you pendulum summon, you can target a Sulfur card. And that matters because typically you only have 1 pendulum summon, but there is a way in Sulfur to perform a second pendulum summon with Sulfur Happiness. Usually the effect of this card you want to use is the discard 1, add 2 Sulfur and then special summon. But sometimes you can also use one of the other effects. And if you draw multiple Sulfur Happiness, you can actually use both, or even 3, I guess, because it's each effect once per turn. But yeah, we do see IP Masquerena here, linking off the Sulfur monster. So I believe we cannot go into the Sulfur anymore at the moment because we do need a Pendulum monster for the Grand Sulfur Coolia. So at the moment, we don't have a way to summon the Sulfur. I mean, this board is strong as it is, but we've basically just made a pure yummy board, right? At this point in time. I'm not sure if we can still get access to a Sulfur monster. We add back Surprise with Marshmallow. Oh yeah, they did use Snatchy, right? That's a good call. Snatchy, of course, does have a lock that never matters in Pure Yummy, but in this version, it actually does. Because you cannot summon Link 3 or higher, which means we can't make the Sulfur Link 3. Alright, Promoa adds another happiness. Is the Sulfur negate life? This only negates while you control a Grand Sulfur monster, which are the extra deck monsters. So no, at the moment, this is, like I said, this is basically just the yummy board. Which, uninterrupted, you know, I mean, we can still go IP Masquerena into the thing, right? But then we're not going IP into SP, I suppose, but yeah. All right, pretty strong board. A Molcharmi Fualos is discarded in the standby phase. That would have been a phenomenal card last turn. However, it still is a really good card against Yummy on your own turn, because Yummy tries to synchro summon, and in this case with IP also link summon, on your turn a bunch of times. So a Molcharmi Fualos for turn, honestly, there are worse matchups for that than pure Yummy, or in this case Sulfur Yummy. Like, it's actually a good card. Sometimes genuinely, if you have double Fualos against Yummy, I think it's better to use one on their turn and hold the other one for your turn. Because if you just use both on your opponent's turn, well, they're just gonna summon once or maybe even 0 times and just pass it over to you. And then you just, I mean, they replace themselves, but you don't get that much value out of it. If you discard one, that's enough to stop them from full comboing. We tag out in response to Fallen of Albaz. We chain Yummy Surprise, which can only revive? I feel like this was a pretty straightforward Herald of the Arclight negate on the Fallen of Albaz. I wanted to bounce. Oh, okay. I guess. Yeah, I mean, Yummy is new. We're learning things. Yummy Surprise has to bounce 2 cards. You cannot bounce 1. There was a way to stop this, by the way. Because Sulfur Solfegia works like Ryzeal Cross. So one thing we could have done here was chain IP Masquerena, make the Sulfur monster, and then in resolution, you can negate with Sulfur Solfegia. Because it does work like Ryzeal Cross. So as long as we have a link monster on resolution, we can negate. But okay, Herald of the Arclight gets fused off, and so that seems like it's Draco Tail. All right, we're gonna replace our field spell with Snatchy, which also means we're gonna be locked out of making the Sulfur Link 3 with IP Masquerena if we don't do it right now. On the other hand, I'm not even sure if the Link 3 for Sulfur is better than SP Little Knight here in general. Also, the Mirror Jade kind of just checks the IP Masquerena anyways, no matter when we use it. This is looking rough for Yummy already. All right, we chain Mirror Jade here. And don't forget, the Fualos is still active. Also, the worst card in our opponent's hand was Rahu Draco Tail, which is not a good sign. That's scary. If that's the worst card in their hand, then the other 3 are probably pretty good. Alright, we're chaining Sprite Elf to the Mirror Jade. Gonna bring back Lollipo Yamiwe. We're chaining IP Masquerena. And this is where we have to choose. Do we make SP Little Knight or do we make the Sulfur Link 3? Honestly, I could imagine the SP Little Knight just being better here, because it also guarantees some sort of follow-up. This is going to be the first draw for... it's going to be the first draw for Fualos. At the same time, if you make SP here, since Mirror Jade is already activated on the chain, you just banish the SP, I guess. Does he ever do card reacts on these? We can take a look at the Enneacrafts after the tournament is done. Yeah, we can. Not during the tournament, but after. We can take a look at them. I was planning on doing that anyways. All right, and we're making Grand Sulfur Julia. Now, this card is a pretty strong card in general. Not in this case, but this allows us, because we had a we now control a Grand Sulfur Court monster. We can negate a monster effect that's resolving on the field, so we negate the Mirror Jade Banish. However, Grand Sulfur Court Coolia unfortunately will not have a negate here, because normally what this card does is once per turn, when your opponent activates a card or effect, quick effect, special summon a Sulfur Court card with an odd pendulum scale from your pendulum zone to your zone this card points to, and if you do, negate the activation, and then you can add a Sulfur Court pendulum monster with an even pendulum scale from your deck to your face-up extra deck. Phenomenal card. It is a phenomenal card. Is a negate better than SP? Well, it doesn't even have a negate right now. However, if you make SP there, because it was chainlink, I think it was chainlink 2 Mirror Jade, chainlink 3 IP Masquerena, or chainlink 4, it was a higher chainlink. That means that if you make SP, the SP just gets banished by the Mirror Jade, right? Alright, Rahu Draco Tail. That explains why we discarded one for Fallen of Albaz. It's because we have a second one. We chain the tag out, Cookie, and Cupsy. So even though I will say we could have probably gotten a little bit more mileage out of the Sulfur Court combo there, I feel like the setup could have been a little stronger, and we also used the Yummy Surprise not the way we wanted to, I guess. This is still a lot to chew through for Draco Tail here. Of course, the Fuwalo, and here you really see the Fuwalos putting in some work, because if the Fuwalos was not active, Yummy would just be synchro summoning like all over the place. We could do a bunch of synchros, tag out into all the graveyard effects, and then do it all again. So that really helps the Fuwalos here. However, there's still going to be a lot of card advantage for Yummy here. Like the Cupsy is going to draw a card, the Cookie is going to pop a monster. We're fusing for a big Arthalion here. That's going to use Molulu, Urgula, and Pan. But this is going to be a pretty back and forth game from here on out. I don't know. At least I have my doubts that Justinian is going to be able to finish the game this turn, because there's a lot of bodies in the way. And yeah, it's going to be not the easiest task to clear the entire board and deal 8,000 damage. Which means Yummy is going to get another turn, and they might find a way to get back into it. All right, huge chain link. Popsy 5. Cookie 6, gonna try to pop that Mirror Jade. However, popping that Mirror Jade is going to also, is not only gonna trigger the Mirror Jade in the graveyard, but also the Pan, because Pan is if a face-up fusion monster is destroyed by card effect, which has just happened. So gonna be able to revive something from the graveyard. Fallen of Albaz is once per turn, so the most likely target for the Pan revive is probably gonna be like Molulu, which is fine. We're popping a Croaky, which is good. Draco Tail doesn't really eat Yummy alive. It's a good matchup. It's like it's a pretty, like, the most important piece in this matchup is the Herald of the Arclight, right? Because as soon as Draco Tail can start performing fusion summons, it's really hard for Yummy to contest all of those monsters, because the Draco Tail summons big monsters. And that's something that Yummy can sometimes struggle with. If there's just a bunch of 3K, 2800, like, fusions on the board, it's not easy for Yummy to deal with that, especially when there's more disruption on the opponent's turn in the form of like Horn, Flame. All of those are good. Horn, Flame, and Sting are all decent against Yummy. Like, they're not game winning on their own most of the time, but they're all decent. And so, like, having to deal with huge fusion monsters backed up by some traps is not an easy task for Yummy. But, like, on the other hand, of course, you have to look at it from the perspective that Herald of the Arclight is a hard counter to Draco Tail, because all of the Draco Tails need to be sent to the graveyard from hand or deck as fusion material most of the time in order to get their effects. So I think if you're in a position like this, where the Herald of the Arclight has already been summoned and is now in the graveyard, and Yami has no way to recycle it unless they play Shamisen Samsara Sorrow Cat, which they usually don't in Sulfur Court Yami, I think. They can't get this Herald of the Arclight back, at least not in a convenient way that I'm aware of. So at this point, it's going to be very hard for Yami to deal with Draco Tail, even though it's not impossible. Yami also has the nice ability to run 3 Purge to stop traps more. It 100%, Yami is a deck where a lot of it like depends on which non-engine you choose, right? Because Yami is a deck that has so much room for non-engine. If you choose to play Ash, Purge, and Bell, all of a sudden you have a very high chance to just run Draco Tail out of traps immediately, right? Like, one thing you can do if you draw any 2 of those 3, like if you draw Bell plus Purge, for example, what you can do is you let the first trap resolve, and then you negate trap 2 and trap 3, and then Draco Tail is out of traps immediately. And then maybe you can outgrind them from that perspective, because you just keep summoning level 1 Yummies in the way of their stuff, and then eventually they run out of targets for the Draco Tail names, right? Because they run out of spell traps without the recycling. So it's a pretty interesting matchup, actually. I found it, at least in the TCG, I found it to be a pretty interesting matchup as soon as Herald of the Arclight is dealt with. Because, of course, if Draco Tail doesn't have a way to out Herald of the Arclight, then it's kind of trivial because you can't really play. All right, we have our own Mulcharmy Fuwalos here on the opponent's turn. It's funny, both Fuwaloses have been used on the own player's turn. This one is not going to be as good. This is just 1 draw if they go for 5 mana later. The other, the Fuwalos on the Draco Tail player's turn was definitely more impactful than this. But okay, 3 cards against 3 traps, plus I believe there is confirmed 5 mana access. Yes, there is 5 mana access. All right, first things first, we are going to try and recycle the Yami Field Spell, which we allow. This is a relatively good sting target, I would say. But okay, we allow it. Activate Sulfur Court Happiness. And we don't have enough targets in the deck, which is why we surrender here. All right. Now, I will say this game was interesting because I feel like it was supposed to showcase some of the advantages of the Sulfur Court engine, but it wasn't quite used to its maximum potential here. But that is a problem that I've run into with Sulfur Court sometimes as well, is like running out of targets for the searchers, because typically you have a relatively small Sulfur Court package in the deck, and you will search out the majority of the Sulfur Court cards on turn 1 if you go for the combo. And especially sometimes when you draw multiple of the Sulfur Court cards, it can be a bit awkward. Especially, I had that problem too when I picked up the deck for the first time. Like, I've only played Sulfur Court Yami a little bit in the TCG, and when I picked it up for the first time, that was one of the things I would run into. Is like, I would just run out of search targets for the Sulfur Courts. Because technically the best Sulfur Court card is Sulfur Court Happiness, which is discard 1 card, add 2 Sulfur Courts from your deck to your hand, and then you can special summon 1 or multiple from your hand, depending on how many monsters your opponent controls. And then, like, but that has to add 2. All right, Mulcharmy Fuwalos resolves on the special summon of Marshmallow, which hurts a lot. We're gonna see how strong their hand is into Mulcharmy Fuwalos. Now, I will say, whenever you get hit with a Mulcharmy Fuwalos and you don't have an out to it, you are a lot happier that it's not Maxi, because Maxi is much worse for Yami. Because now, at least, we can still go for Snatchy. That's your 1 draw for the Fuwalos, and now you can minion revive the the Marshmallow without the opponent drawing a card, and you can also special summon like additional yummies from your hand without giving the opponent a bunch of draws, which lets you make a honestly decent half board. The problem with this is that you're not going to make Herald of the Arclight. You can still make Herald of the Arclight on the opponent's turn, maybe, but that's going to require a couple of steps. So if Draco Tail just starts with Activate Ketu, and you don't have Herald of the Arclight yet, then you might be in trouble. All right, Minion brings back Marshmallow. Also, not having access to... Honestly, if you don't have access to... what's it called? Surprise. Then I actually do agree with going for another draw here. I think summoning Cupsy Yumiway to find Cupsy could be worth it if we don't have access to Yummy Surprise, because Yummy Surprise is so important in basically any matchup. So we're gonna activate Cupsy Yumiway's effect to search here, and if we do have Ash Blossom, I think that's a pretty straightforward Ash, but we're letting it resolve. And there's Cupsy Yummy, as well as Cookie Yummy, giving us basically all of the names in rotation, which is going to make the setup on the opponent's turn pretty good. We're discarding another copy of Marshmallow. There is a response on the opponent's side, so we'll see if this Cupsy goes through. Effect Veiler will stop it, Ash will stop it. But if you do interact with this, it does enable the Cupsy Yumiway to tag out. This is, of course, one of the core concepts you need to understand when you're playing against Yummy, is that all of the synchros have this effect. When your opponent activates a card or effect, quick effect, return this card to the extra deck as cost, and then special up to 2 Yummies from the graveyard. That's basically what the deck is trying to do on the opponent's turn, is like, opponent does something, you use the synchro to tag out into the main deck monsters and Snatchy. That's going to trigger your main deck monsters effects, which become disruptions if they're summoned by synchros. And then you can use Snatchy to quick synchro into the other synchros, use their effects, and then tag out again once the opponent does something. So it's a very interactive deck on the opponent's turn that way. We are resolving the Cupsy Yumiway, it seems like, so the Yummy Surprise is added to the hand. Now the only question is, ooh, Talons is massive here. Gonna take a little look at the opponent's hand, see what that response was. Could prompt a Famena in response here, I guess. No response. Looks like Tactics is resolving. Gonna take a look at that hand, and it was an Effect Veiler. We decided not to Effect Veiler the Cupsy. That's a lot of normal summons for Justinian. That Effect Veiler kind of useless now. Can kind of ignore it. So probably just gonna shuffle in one of the normals, I guess, like the Cartesia. But I don't know. There's a lot of options. It's definitely not the Frixel. It's Lucius or Cartesia, because there's 2 Malulus anyways, and it is the Cartesia. All right. This is not bad, honestly, for Yummy. Considering you're under Fualos, this is completely fine. At the moment, the opponent does not have one of the super powerful spell cards. Gonna be forced to basically normal summon Lucius or Malulu and just activate the effect, which then you can prompt to tag out with Cupsy Yumiway back into Snatchy and something else. We'll see. We've got 2 face downs, one of which we know is Yummy Surprise. All right, Justinian considering the options. So we know from last turn, from the talents, we know 2 Malulus, Lucius, Veiler, and Frixel, which is not the greatest hand. Activate Malulu to fuse. 1 Imperm could already basically end the turn if we didn't draw an extender here. We're chaining Cupsy Yumiway to tag out. Any further responses? There is Imperm. That hurts. That hurts a lot unless we drew We need 5 mana or one of the spells, honestly. But the problem is now, I think Yummy could already potentially... Can we go all the way into a Herald of the Arclight? No, not yet. All right, but Imperm definitely hurts. Snatchy comes out. And Marshmallow comes out. Snatchy is going to place the other field spell. And Justinian sees the writing on the wall. Honestly, this would have been a really playable game for Draco Tail if the hand wasn't like 5 normal summons. This was very winnable. It's a very unfortunate hand. Even the talents didn't even really matter, right? Because all it did was confirm what was in their hand and just take 1 normal summon away out of 5. But that hand was, yeah, really, really mediocre. Any spell to perform a fusion summon there or a 5 mana, and they were probably cooking, honestly. Have we looked at the new Enneacraft support? We haven't yet. Oh wait, it's 1-1. But we will do later. Once the tournament is done, we'll look at it. Without Imperm, was that winnable? Absolutely. If that fusion summon resolved, it was very winnable. Honestly, maybe even favored. I'm not. Maybe that's a stretch, but that was definitely winnable without the Imperm. If that Mululu resolves, 100% winnable. All right, Cartesia, normal summon for Justinian here in game 3. Going first, we have a Moltrami Fualos from the other side. That I can't imagine they care too much about that from the Draco Tail perspective. Maxi as well. Both of those probably just going to be draw 1. Now, worst case for Justinian, there's only 1 Draco Tail in hand. Best case, it's 2 or 3 Draco Tails, and then it's basically completely fine. We'll see how many Draco Tails we have. Just 1. Okay, that's annoying, having to fuse the Effect Veiler here for the Arthalion. Gonna give 2 draws for Nick, and that's gonna be trying to add back the Urgula and the Veiler with the Arthalion, and then Urgula is the only trigger in the graveyard here. That does resolve, so we are going to get that Veiler back. Now, the opponent knows about it, but it's not that big of a deal. And because we're under Fuva and Maxi together, I can't imagine we will see a Rahu being set here. It'll be, you have to choose. Do you want the Trap card, or do you want a Ketu to try and add a 5 mana for the opponent's turn? Or like a Pan? Because at the moment we already have, but basically what this play tells us a lot about the Draco Tail player's hand, because we know there's no more Draco Tail monsters in here, which also by extension means there's no 5 mana. If there was 5 mana, we would have fused with the 5 mana instead of the Effect Veiler. So no access to 5 mana means you could consider setting a Ketu Draco Tail and trying to get it, but it's a tough call because we already have a way to fuse with Cartesia, so maybe you want the Trap card instead. We'll have to wait and see. We will have to wait and see. It's a tough spot. Yummy is definitely a good deck at going second in situations like these. Like it can be very resilient to non-engine. Like Effect Veiler is not that great against Yummy. All right, Ketu Draco Tail is activated. In the case of Ash or Purge, honestly, it doesn't matter because Ash and Purge, yeah, Purge could have negated a Trap card as well on the next turn. So this is basically the same thing as if we had gotten Trap. We just trade for the Purge. At least the opponent is now locked into Light, Wind, and Earth, which means no more SP Little Knight, which sometimes matters. Because usually SP is a card that you can summon very easily in Yummy. All right, so 2 sets is good news, I guess, for Justinian. And this is the one case where you are not mad about drawing 2 traps, honestly. Also, it means you don't have to worry about another Ash Blossom because Purge is active. So the only way to stop the traps now is another Purge or potentially Bell. Sulfur Cord Happiness, when you're going second, this card is very, very powerful. It says discard 1 card, and if you do, add 2 Sulfur Cord Pendulum monsters with different scales from your hand, and then you can special Sulfur Cords from your hand up to the number of monsters your opponent controls +1. So could have summoned up to 3 Sulfur Cords from hand if this resolved, but we do have a hard-drawn Draco Tail Flame, which is pretty good here. Gonna stop that. And we're actually conceding there. Okay, what was that hand? That hand must have been awful. Garnet Turbo. Okay, yeah, this was a really... It was a really unfortunate match because both of these decks are capable of producing some incredible back and forth gameplay. But in game 2, we saw Draco Tail draw... Like, Draco Tail game 2 was in a position going second that was completely winnable. But then the hand was just not it. And then in game 3, it seems like it was the opposite on the other side. Like, that was definitely something that Yummy could have won if the hand had a bunch of engine. But seems like, yeah, it is what it is sometimes. And Draco Tail defeats Yummy in this one. All right, let's see what's going on at table 3 here. It is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, I mean, the takeaway is game 1 is the one that decided. Because game 3, Draco Tail got unlucky. Game 3, Yummy got unlucky. I think game 1 could have been won by Sulfur Cord Yummy. But it is what it is. It's a learning experience. All right, Ice Ryziel gets hit with Molcharmy for Wallows. That gets called by the grave. Second one, maybe. Mag C instead. All right. That's going to hurt. Now, I don't know if it's Ryziel Mitsurugi or Ryziel Onomat, but none of those decks enjoy being under Max C. So, Ice Ryziel gonna place Ryziel Cross, and likely we're gonna see Detonator pass. Pre-prep is confirming it is Mitsurugi Ryziel. Gonna add Habakiri and Mirror, but I'd be surprised if we used any of that this turn. So we're just gonna go for Detonator. That has no monster to attach right now, so it's a 2 material Detonator with Cross, which means we have to decide between 2 pops and no monster negate, or 1 pop and a monster negate, and Branded Fusion is the first thing that activates here. And that's gonna be tough. All right, Lubellion is summoned, activates its effect, discarding Rahu Draco Tail, Chainlink 2 Mululu, letting it resolve, and not using Ryziel Cross on that because we want to negate the Lubellion. All right. Normal summon Lucius, getting Pan. Activate Rahu Draco Tail, and Ryziel leaves. All right. Well, the combo deck has successfully been maxied. Connection failed. Classic. I don't know if that was game 3 or not. I'm not sure if there's going to be another game between these two. Let me check. No, it was actually, or maybe it was game 3, but it was game 2 or 3, but there's 2 wins for Vere here. So Vere moves on. All right, any other games still running? All right, let's see. We've got Matrix against King Totoro. Let's see. All right, 40 versus 40. Mitsurugi prayers in the main phase to add Habakiri, disrespecting Droll entirely. Activating Habakiri, Chain Maxi. There is Ash Blossom. And usually when you Maxi first, you don't have a Molcharmy because you would try to bait the Ash Blossom with the Molcharmy first, usually. So that's a good sign here for the Mitsurugi duelist. We're just going to have to find out if it's pure Mitsu or not. Ash Blossom on Saji could be huge, but there's a cross out as well. All right, good talk. We found the better mini gamer, so Saji is resolving. Adds Ritual to hand. Activate Mitsurugi Ritual. Tribute Habakiri from hand to summon from the deck Murakumo. That is not typically how you do. This makes me think it's a Mitsurugi hybrid version. Prayers. Mirror in hand. Okay, that makes sense. This feels like we're about to bridge into something, right? This doesn't feel like a pure Mitsurugi opener. This gives me vibes of we're gonna see some Yummy, actually. This might be Mitsurugi Yummy. Is this Camellia? No, it's IP Masquerena. Set 3. Huh? Okay. Normal summon Lucius. Gets impermed. So we know the 2 face downs are 2 prayers, I think? Activate prayers gets ashed. So now it's just 1 prayer's face down, so the IP can just be run over. And Ketu Draco Tail probably just ends the game here. Hercules, yeah. That was not it. I've played Pure Mitsurugi a bunch. We could have ended on more than that. What was it? It was Prayers, Ash, Crossout, Mirror, and Imperm. That should have been a lot more. I think realistically what happened was we clicked the wrong Mitsurugi ritual effect. We should have summoned Habakiri from hand, but we clicked summon from deck first, which kind of messed up a couple of things. I feel like it must be a misclick angle. Which happens. But it's the only explanation I have right now. But yeah, I don't really see a top deck for Pure Mitsurugi out of this one. And that's gonna be the win for Draco Tail. So far, Draco Tail is eating good. Draco Tail is eating good. Honestly, I think Draco Tail is one of the bigger winners of the recent update. Like, of course, Yummy is now in the game and Yummy is a strong deck. But like, a lot of the other decks got hit. Mainly Malice, of course. I mean, mainly Malice got hit, but like Yummy got some pre-hits. And Draco Tail is eating good. And with Yummy in the format, it's a lot harder for decks to justify playing Red Reboot. Yeah, like, there's going to be less Red Reboot. Malice was always a very shaky matchup for Draco Tail. It wasn't necessarily a bad matchup, but it wasn't easy either. So Malice getting a small nerf is also worth something for Draco Tail. So far Draco Tail eating good today. And but I mean, it's just the start of the tournament. Let me see how much time is left, whether we're going to a break. We find out. There's barely any time left on the rounds. Probably everyone's done by now. They are almost in overtime. So we're gonna go on a very short break, and then we're gonna try to see some more Yummy gameplay and maybe other decks from the new pack. So far, we've seen Draco Tail do really well, which I'm happy about. You know, I love Draco Tail. But I also want to see some different Yummy variations, which I'm sure there are some in the tournament. Like, I'm sure there's some Pure Yummy Duelists, Sulfur Yummy Duelists, and Mitsurugi Yummy Duelists. So I hope we are going to have the chance to spectate some of those later on. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with the top 64 very, very shortly. And a lot more gaming with the new pack to be watched. So be right back. All right, and here we are with our top 64, and I've looked a little bit over the pairings as players are starting to sit down on their tables, and I've spotted reigning world champion Luca at table 5 over here. So we're gonna jump into that match as soon as it starts for our top 64. Luca, of course, one of the, if not probably the best Malice player at Worlds. So I'm wondering if that's still something that that Luca is on, or if we've moved on to new decks, Draco Tail or Yummy or something. I'm not sure. But if anyone can still make Malice work, it would probably be Luca. I'm not sure if we're still on Malice, though. There's probably some Malice players in the tournament, though. I've run into some on ladder. All right, Dark versus Luca, top 64. Let's jump right in. And it is not Malice, in fact, it is Draco Tail. Normal summon Draco Tail Mululu is going to be our start, so we are going to lock into fusions right away. So no Verte or Seals or anything, but we do have a pretty powerful Arthalion here. We're fusing 2 Draco Tails from the hand. Phimena and Mululu are both going to activate, which means we're going to be setting 2 Draco Tail spell traps. And we even get to keep the Mululu on the board, which means we have 1 way to fuse on the opponent's turn already guaranteed, basically. I do think it's unlikely that Luca has more Draco Tails in hand right now, because I think if you have more Draco Tails than this, then I think you would start with Phimena effect, maybe, so that you can still make seals, if that's the version you're playing. We see a Ketu Draco Tail, and we see a response window from Dark. This is technically the first moment where we could have ashed or purged, so that is something that's possible on the other side of the field there. If it's an Ash Blossom, ashing this set Rahu is pretty strong, because it basically prevents access to any trap cards unless we've hard drawn one. But of course, as we already know, There's a Phimena in hand and the Mululu on the board, so there's already some defenses lined up. Thoughts on Alt Art Nibiru? I like it. It's the one I'm using most of the time. Alright, so the Ketu has added a Lucius from deck to hand. Interesting. Lucius, we can fuse it away with the Phimena, I guess. That's probably something they're looking to do. Activate Rahu does not get Ash. Alright, I know what that means. Because there is one card in the game right now that a very popular deck plays that can negate Ketu but cannot negate Rahu. Maybe you can draw your own conclusions from that. And refusing Urgula and Lucius. Now, the question is, are we going to use the Phimena in hand to make Secretarion Dragon? We're getting Flame and Horn. We're using Phimena. I could see fusing Arthalion with Gulamel here, because they're going to come back eventually anyways. Not a big loss. And then... Actually, okay, we're going with the Mululu from hand. Interesting. Valuing the Arthalion on the board more than a Mululu in hand. Lucius comes back from the grave from Arthalion, from Secretarion, and then we're using Lucius effect to search, and there's the very subtle Dominus Purge pop-up. We have played into Nib now, technically, but it wouldn't really be that big of a deal. Oh. Oh, Magistus Chorozo. I see. That's why we kept the Arthalion around. Okay, interesting. And we call it a day. All right. It was a pretty strong setup from Draco Tail there. But I'm not sure. I feel like the players going second have been getting relatively unlucky so far today. Because once again, it was a strong opener, but nothing you have to like auto-concede if your hand is decent. Okay, Dark gonna go first this game, and maybe gonna have a chance to showcase the deck they brought. Let's see. Of course, I suspected a Dominus Purge in hand last game, so I wouldn't be surprised if one of their decks was Yummy. Is it 2 decks or 1 deck per player? Let me quickly... Oh, it's 1 deck per player. Okay. Wait, what was the response window then if it wasn't Purge? Because Ryziel doesn't play Purge. Interesting. King of the Feral Imps is met with Draco Tail Phimena. Now, we already know that stopping this King of the Feral Imps is not going to be the end of the turn for Dark, because we know there's an X Ryziel in hand ready to go. But maybe, just maybe, we can prevent the bridge into Mitsurugi. But honestly, I'm not sure. It only feels like something you can prevent if you have Han in hand. But even then, because what are you gonna do if you bounce the King of the Fair Limbs back into the extra deck? They're just gonna remake it. If you destroy it and send it to the graveyard, they can just Eclipse Twin it back. And if you negate it with Mululu, it's the same thing. They can just send it to the grave and then revive it with Eclipse Twin. So I'm not sure if we can prevent the Mitsurugi here, depending on how things go, right? I guess we'll think about it. We're thinking about it hard. Ooh, wait! Crowley's in there. Oh, Crowley could be some trouble. Because Crowley actually works here. We can add it back to the hand. Oh, wait. Hold up. There's something. Crowley might change things up. Okay, we're using our Thalion on our own Crowley, which Crowley, of course, if this card is added to your hand, except by drawing it, you can special summon it. That includes our Thalion returning it to the hand from the graveyard. So it's gonna be added back and then special summon itself. And if it's summoned, it can perform a fusion summon. At the same time, does that help much? Because there's an X Ryziel. Because you can just go special X by sending Aggregator and then chainlink 1X, chainlink 2 Aggregator, and that solves. Yeah. But I think we just have to make Iwas, right? We have to make Iwas. No? Okay. We make Zoroa. Okay, but Zoroa at least destroys the X, I guess. Send Aggregator, special X. And now we have to activate Zoroa, and that's gonna be able to destroy the X Ryziel at least. Okay. Because that negates a monster effect, and then you can destroy a card your opponent controls. So we're destroying the X Ryziel. So after all that, X Ryziel is still gonna add node to the hand, and then we can summon the node to keep going. All of that from one Ice Ryziel. That card does a lot. There's the node. Maybe a Bell here could help, or a Veiler. I think the Veiler would have probably been used on the ice. Same as Iwas. Well, Iwas would have taken control of the X though, right? Which would have given you a body at least. Alright, Node Ryziel brings back Sword, and so far there is nothing from Luca's side, so we are free to go for a rank 4 here. I will say, now it's not going to be so easy to go for... Oh wait, you can just remake Ferrolimps. Yeah, there you go. Remake Ferrolimps. I thought the Ferrolimp was in the graveyard, but of course it was returned, so we can just remake it here. And yeah, Habakiri is inevitable. There's no way around it. Saji, tribute King of the Ferrolimps, activate Saji. Ooh. Wait, response window out of nowhere. Was that summon number 5? Surely it was more than 5 already. We would have Nibiru'd the King of the Ferrolimps, right? It was normal ice, special sword, make Ferrolimp, special X'd, Special note, yeah, Nib could have been activated beforehand. Nib could have been activated already. And I don't think you let the Habakiri get added if you have Nib there. It's gotta be something else. Mitsurugi Ritual from deck to summon Murakumo. I think it's just Dracotail Engrave. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, it was just because the King of the Feral Imps was tributed and it had a material that was 2 cards sent to the grave at the same time. So it was the Arthalion trigger potentially, yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. All right, activate prayers. Tributing Murakumo. We did send a Kusanagi from hand to grave earlier, so we can resummon that now. This is going to be a phenomenal setup. Adds Mitsurugi Great Purification. Brings back Murakumo. Kusanagi adds back prayers. For next turn. The question is, can we still go for a detonator? I don't think so, because these two... You can make Duo Drive. But what is Duo Drive gonna add? I guess Cross and Star or something? No, we're just going for Tornado Dragon. That's gonna pop the Ketu, and then since it's once per turn, but it's a quick effect, so in the opponent's turn we can use it to pop the other set as well. Set 1, set 2. And pass turn. Alright. Gonna draw 3 cards in hand. It's the board doesn't look that overwhelming, but if you consider that, you know, you're gonna have to discard 1 to resolve something through the Murakumo, then there's a Great Purification. Yeah, not a lot of resources to work with here, so even if Dark has no non-engine in hand, it's gonna be a very uphill battle for Luca. We're starting things off with Rahu. They didn't pop in standby phase. The set is, I think, Dracotail Flame. So I guess they just weren't worried about it yet. I don't think you can let Rahu resolve just like that. I feel like it's gotta be Great Purification. At the same time, like, you can make yeah, no, I think you got a Great Purification. Otherwise, I mean, maybe you could deal with the stuff that happens from this. If you negate, they can chain flame and draw 1. Yeah, they can. But then you still have a lot, right? You still have Tornado Dragon. You have prayers that can bring back Murakumo. They have to discard 1 for Murakumo. And like, the Murakumo discard is specifically hard for Dracotail to deal with, because once you're low on resources, you just run out of fusion material, because Dracotail isn't your typical fancy 1-card combo deck. So yeah, we're gonna do the Gambit. We're gonna flame our own spell here to at least get a draw out of this interaction. So they're gonna chain Tornado Dragon to stop that draw, because if the target for flame is gone, you can't negate it and you can't draw a card. And for Great Purification, this doesn't matter because Great Purification doesn't target. So the Rahu is still going to be negated. So no draw from Flame, 2 cards in hand, and now we can just bring back Murakumo and force a discard, and that's going to be really tough for Draco Tail to play through. I'm not sure how they could. Because let's say you activate Ketu Draco Tail now. If they chain Murakumo, you have to discard the last card in your hand just to resolve the Ketu. So after that, you're left with not enough to fuse with. So it just doesn't work. Normal summon Lucius. I guess what could work is if they activate Murakumo now, and then you just don't discard and then activate Ketu. That could work, I guess. All right, Lucius resolves. Adds Urgula. Activate Phimena. That's game. Chain Murakumo here is the end of the game. Because you either don't negate or you discard and then Phimena resolves but can't summon anything. All right, prayers. Tribute Murakumo. That's going to wipe the Lucius off the board. And we're going to have all the follow-up in the world. Bring back Murakumo. Destroy the Lucius. And then all that's left for Luca is, I guess, Urgula, add back something. But that's going to be the game. All right, 1-1. Raziel Mitsurugi, proving that it's also still a force to be reckoned with, especially when it gets to go first. I mean, it played through a lot there, to be honest. The playing through the Phimena that also fused the Crowley is pretty good. And all of that with 1 Ice Raziel. That card is still definitely quite something. If you open Ice Raziel, you're good. That has not changed. All right, Luca going first in game 3 with the Draco Tail strategy. Zoroa, the Magistus of Flame, is going to equip itself with Artemis. Artemis is going to be able to search something. Ah, we're going to special summon. We actually have a target to summon from the hand. Okay. And that's going to be a Crowley. That's going to be negated, but we are going to get the body from this. So now we're going to use Artemis to search for Spenta. And I suppose now make Savage before we continue. But unless we play multiple Crowleys, the Spenta does not have a target now, right? Because it only adds... Usually you only play 1 Zoroa, 1 Crowley, and drawing both together here is not ideal. Okay, Savage is established. Let's see if we have like a way to fuse anyways. We do have Phimena. That is phenomenal, especially if we have multiple Draco Tails in hand. So refusing Hualos, Lucius, and Spenta. All right, just 1 Draco Tail is not the best possible outcome, but still a pretty strong start because we can add back Phimena with Arthalion and then set Rahu, and you know the thing. You know the deal. All right, we're adding back Lucius with Arthalion, and we're also adding back Crowley. I wonder if we're going to special the Crowley right away. Probably, yes. Probably just make Zoroa with the Arthalion. Set Rahu. Add back Phimena. Add back Crowley. And Lucius. Activate Crowley. And then Crowley can fuse with the Arthalion to make the Zoroa fusion. And then we equip it with the Zoroa. So now we have a Savage negate and a Zoroa monster negate online. Then we go... we even go Spenta here. I guess we can make... Do we really want to make Snake Eyes Doomed Dragon? We could. I mean, it's free, technically. Or just make Chorozo, sure. Bring back Arthalion. Yeah, this version of the deck can get quite combo-y. Yep, we also play Verte. Wait, there's also Branded Fusion in there? Alright, I guess we'll see. Urgula and Phimena. Going to Gulamel. We're choosing Horn and Flame. Might be the only two we play. It might not be 3 traps in this version, honestly. Because we already have a lot of ceiling with all these cards. Alright, 5 mana back to hand, and now it's Verte time. If we do play all 3 traps, we can still get the 3rd trap here with Frixel. However, you could also just get Ketu, because I don't think we activated Ketu. No, we do play all 3 traps. Okay, that is going to be quite the... That's going to be quite the task for Raziel Mitsurugi. That is a pretty strong... The best... Oh, this is the best opener Draco Tail can produce. This is basically the combo heaviest version of the deck, opening all of the combo pieces that are available to it. That's going to be quite the uphill battle for Raziel Mitsurugi. Let's see. We've got 3 traps, Albion, Zoroa, Savage, Gulamel, and Phimena in hand. Alright, Ice gets negated and destroyed by Zoroa. In response, we're chaining Sting on it because we just want to disable Sword's ability to summon itself, I suppose. Just in case they have Sword. Maybe Ext. Ext would help. Ooh. Bosu time. Okay. And we're choosing to tribute the Sanctifier. Tribute Sanctifier for Wosu alongside Murakumo. Hold up. Add Mitsurugi Ritual from deck to hand. We are locked into Reptile effects now. Does this have to summon in defense? No. Could have summoned in attack. Alright, Mitsurugi Ritual is activated. Alright, maybe a Droplet here. Droplet here would cook. No, doesn't. Alright. Okay. Dude, that Wosu gave me more hope than there was. No way to stop the flame. All right, it was a tough one. Honestly, that's a tough board to crack. Really hard to do that. And Dark unable to do it here. Luca moves on to the top 32. All right, let's see what we've got at table 9. Impy versus Pierre. Where is Yummy? We've seen one earlier. But so far, not the most popular choice. I'm sure there are some. We've just missed them, right? We've just seen like what 3 or 4 feature matches so far. I'm sure there's gonna be more. But so far, there's a lot of Mitsurugi. It could also just be that people are bringing out the Mitsurugi decks because Mitsurugi is supposed to be good against Yami, right? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe like people are expecting a lot of Yami, so they're coming out with the Mitsurugi decks. All right, Murakumo in response to 5 mana here. The 5 mana, of course, trying to prevent Duo Drive from accessing the Rise Eel cards. Discard Draco Tail Sting to resolve your 5 mana. Fuse with Koakimeru Drago and Draco Tail 5 mana. Gonna bounce the Duo Drive and activate the Urgula. Royal Arthalion though, respect that. Set Ketu for next turn. Get rid of the Duo Drive and add back 5 mana to the hand. Very low on resources for Draco Tail already, but that is going to be the end of the turn for Mitsurugi. No Ryziel access after that Arthalion. Ketu Draco Tail is activated, gets stopped by Great Purification. Gonna negate that Ketu. Murakumo activates, searches Habakiri for next turn, and brings itself back. Of course, we have not discarded yet for the Murakumo. Activate Rahu, chain Murakumo. I'm sure we're gonna discard to let it resolve. We're discarding 5 mana because we're fusing with Urgula and Pan. Ooh, okay. Urgula and Pan together are gonna put this Mitsurugi board in a pretty precarious spot. Adding back Koakimeru Drago, we haven't normal summoned yet. Chain Pan and Urgula. We chain Prayers, tribute Habakiri from hand. And this might just be a win for Draco Tail. We take 800, we bring back Saji. Urgula sets Flame. Pan sets Horn. Tries to destroy Murakumo. Should have destroyed the Saji. Should have destroyed the Saji. Because now the Saji is going to activate. If you just destroy the Saji, it can't activate. Because Murakumo, you can't protect you can't destroy the Murakumo no matter what you do. It's always your opponent's choice. They can always protect it. All right, Urgula adds back 5 mana. It's not the end of the turn yet, though. Activate 5 mana's effect. Use Arthalion and Drago into Gulamel and pass. Okay. Habakiri activates. Chain Murakumo. Chain Purification. Yeah, that's game. That is Giga game. Now watch these triggers. Activate Murakumo, activate Kusanagi, add back Purification. Back to hand. Murakumo back to the field. Yeah. All right. Outplayed by the pure Mitsurugi there. Well, it wasn't even pure Mitsurugi. We tried to go for Duo Drive, but didn't quite succeed with it. But Mitsurugi cooking as well. All right. Let's go to table 14 and see what we find there. Is there a Yummy Duelist anywhere to be found? There is one. All right, Kapsi Yami adds surprise. Gets Fuwad on rest though, but we have cross out. There's another one in response. All right, you're gonna be under Fuba whether you like it or not. Honestly, when you start with Kapsi, it's not that bad to be under Fuba. You have surprise already guaranteed. You've got Marshmallow in hand. You go into the link 1 here. You give 1 draw. Then you go surprise. Bring back Marshmallow. Add back surprise to your hand. It's fine. Or just bring it back with this. This is okay. Ooh. More draws? Okay. For a Snatchy. I guess playing around Imperm. Activate Surprise as well. Okay. Dead Pass. Alright, 6 cards to break this board. It's not the easiest task, honestly. Activate Rahu. Use Urgula and Cartesia from hand. No Draco Tails in hand at all. We should have gone into a Synchro too. Before, like, in response to the Rahu already. Well, alright. Snatchy Synchros into Cookie. Surprise revives Cupsy. Snatchy Synchros into Cupsy Yummy Way. Urgula resolves, sets Sting, destroys that. Arthalion resolves for Cartesia, and now we have a bunch of triggers for Yummy. Cupsy, Cupsy Yummy Way, and Cookie. That's gonna set the Arthalion face down. There it goes. Search 2, discard 1, and then also draw a card with Cupsy Yummy. And we're gonna discard that Cookie, which we can now bring... Oh, we're adding Marshmallow. We're not drawing a card. Okay, interesting. I would have tried to draw Ash or Purge for that Ketu, but alright. Trying to tag out with that Cupsy Yummy Way is gonna get belled, but we of course have Cookie already as well, which is nice. So Cookie is gonna tag out successfully this time into Snatchy. Plus Snatchy. Who's Snatchy? Okay, what is your plan if Pan pops the Cupsy? Is what I'm asking myself. I guess we're gonna be placing a Croaky. That makes sense, actually. Placing a Croaky is nice, but Philia Regis is also good here. Set Horn, pop Cupsy. That's gonna trigger a Croaky, though. Ah, we have Ash for it. All right, I see you. This game's not over, though. The Yummy follow-up is phenomenal here. Normal Cartesia. We out both Snatchies. But it's not like... It's not over. We can manage Minion from the grave with Philia Regis for free, though, which is really good. Alright, we start things off with Marshmallow. And we don't activate Marshmallow effect to add back Surprise. That's interesting. Summon Linkaribo. Lollipo trying to put back the Arthalion into the deck. That's going to prompt the Philia Regis to banish the Linkaribo. That's going to special Cookie from the deck. Cookie is going to make the Cartesia small. Search another Cookie with Cupsy. Make another Link 1 for Almirage. Oh, that was normal summoned. Horn on Almirage. Chain so they don't get a draw. But we're out of Link 1s. Is the problem for Yummy right now. They are out of Link 1s. The Cartesia is small so we can run over it. But Yummy without Minion is kind of lost here. Banish Surprise. Why did we not add back Surprise last turn? Alright, draws 1 for Sting. Has no play, though. It's gonna take a while for this Cookie and Lollipo to go for game, though. I'm pretty sure you just have to go battle phase here. I don't know what else you can do. Because they don't have Almirage anymore, they don't have Snatchy anymore, and they don't have Linkary. Yep. The Yummies are coming! You know which card would go hard right now? Effect Veiler. Effect Veiler would actually get you out of this because it's a genuine level 1 tuner. Effect Veiler would really help. But as of now, it looks like we're just gonna try to... We were really hoping that the opponent doesn't draw a play for the next 2 turns and we can attack with 2 Cookies and a Lollipo per game. They would love to have the field spell in the graveyard right now, not on the field, because if it was in the graveyard, you could just shuffle back Snatchy, but it's not. I guess if they play IP, they go for IP here. Maybe SP. They don't even lose damage by going for SP because SP is the same as Cookie plus Lollipo. We go for IP Masquerena, so we at least have a small disruption on the opponent's turn, I suppose. We can go IP into SP. Oh, we SP immediately, maybe. All right. Sure. Ah, no, we go for Sprite Elf. That's a thing, right? That is a thing, but does it have a target right now? Because it can't bring IP Masquerena back when the opponent has no monsters. No, right now it has no target. Elf pass, all right. Ay, ay, ay. As soon as a monster hits the board, we can bring back IP Masquerena and do something with that at least. Activate Phimena. That's not looking good. That's not looking good. I think any big monster you just cannot beat anymore. That might be GG. Lucius and Nib. So the top deck was Lucius. They had Phimena and Nibiru. Alright. The funny thing is, if they had Nibiru there, Nibiru was actually bad for them because it would give the opponent the token and then they probably have a Link Spider in the extra deck. So that would have been good for Yummy if they had gotten Nib there. They didn't even summon 5 times, but if you gave them the Nibiru, it would have been a big mistake. Do not Nibiru, or else it's a starter for your opponent. Okay. Sprite Elf brings back IP Masquerena in a desperate attempt to survive this turn, but even if we somehow survive this turn, I don't see how we win from here in this position from Yummy's perspective. But okay, let's see what we got. Arthalion is gonna set Lucius is gonna set Ketu, and then we add back Bell as well as Phimena, which means we can technically go into SP Little Knight for the Ketu. Okay, no, we do not do that. Interesting. You have to IP here. Okay, Mululu just wins now. All right, cool. Mululu on chain is gonna check this IP Masquerena now, so now it's just game. Gorgon angle. Even Gorgon doesn't beat Mululu. Negates IP Masquerena. And now, is Battle Phase already game? 16 plus 22. Not quite. We need to use Secretarion's effect. Then it's going to be enough. I think Yummy got Nib. They didn't summon 5 times this turn. They don't have to summon 5 times to go for game. I think this was summon number 2. This is summon number 3. All right. And Yummy continues to struggle today as Draco Tail takes it down again. I'm not sure if this was game 3 or if they are going to play another game. Let me check real quick. No, that was game 2 even, I think. Yeah, they got 2-0'd, I think, unless there's another game earlier. All right, seems to be. Let me check how much time is left. Oh, there's only a minute left. We can jump into this one from now, but a minute and 45 seconds. They are going to be very close to time. Oh, and they are in the middle of something here. Oh, God. Okay. We've gotten ourselves in the middle of a mess here. It's Draco Tail going first, Mermail Atlantean going second. With a minute and 20 seconds on the clock right now, meaning that I believe first damage wins. They horned their own Cartesia. Maybe because it was exposed in attack mode, but then they summoned the Chaos in attack mode as well. Marksman. Infantry activates. Why is the Chaos in attack mode? It makes me nervous. With 50 seconds left on the clock. Chaos activates. We used one Dark Monster for it, so we can pop once. Mululu activates Engrave for follow-up. Gulamel activates as well to pop the Mermail Abystius. But from what I'm seeing, I don't think Mermail Atlantean has normal summoned. And if Mermail Atlantean has not normal summoned yet, and they've resolved a Dragoon search, then that's trouble. There's Moulin Glacia, and that's already damage over the Chaos, so... Ooh, Ash in hand, snipe away. And now it's time on the round, which I believe means first damage wins for these players. You think Yummy got overhit, Draco Tail got underhit, or both are just right? I think Draco Tail is fine, but I'm also biased because I love Draco Tail. I think it's a fair deck. I love its play patterns, like both playing against and with it, so I wouldn't want Draco Tail to be hit. For Yummy, I think pure Yummy is completely fine, even with the hits. I don't think it's a problem at all. So, I'm okay with the way it's been done. I don't think anyone would argue that Draco Tail deserves to be hit. Oh, there are people who argue that. 100%. 100% there are people arguing that. Why are they not just attacking? Maybe they're not aware that it's time on the round? I'm not 100% sure. Maybe they want to play into Nibiru. Oh, summon Abyss Megalo. That's cool. That's my boy from back in the day. I didn't even know they played him anymore. I mean, yeah, now we've played into Nibiru. Do we know the card in hand is not Nibiru? Or what? It'd be crazy if they had game already and now they just played into Nibiru. They haven't looked at the hand. There's no minstrel in the graveyard. Goodbye, fusion monsters. All right, battle phase. And I mean, at this point, I guess they're just proving that the timer didn't matter because they're not winning because of the time and life points. They're just winning because they won the game naturally. All right, Mermail moves on to top 32. Not a deck I had on my radar for today's tournament, but I guess it's here and it's doing well so far. All right, that means we're gonna have a very short break before the top 32 begins, and maybe we're gonna see Yummy doing a little bit better in top 32. We're gonna try and find a remaining Yummy duelist in the tournament to see how things go. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes after a very short break with the top 32 of the Challenger Cup. Be right back. All right. break is over. Welcome back to the first Challenger Cup of the winter season. It is the top 32. We're gonna jump into FSN Boss versus Guitarmy to try and find a successful Yummy duelist. Maybe. So far, they've been few and far between. It's been a lot of Draco Tail and Mitsurugi gaming today. Not a lot of Yummy. And if we've seen some, I think they've all been losing so far. Oh, that is not Yummy. That is a Signet Mining to add Malice P Dormouse. Uh-oh. Dormouse, banish White Rabbit. White Rabbit. Okay, no Maxi, nothing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right. Normal summon the limited card, banish the limited card from the deck to special summon the limited card, and then the limited card sets another card that summons the other limited card from the deck. And here we have assembled all three limited Malice names to just ignore the forbidden limited list. Let's go. All right, Link Decoder. And then we make a Link 3 white binder, most likely. All right, we're banishing Chessy Cat because we haven't summoned it back yet. And we're also banishing TB11 just as a target for like Art Scripter, I assume. Chessy Cat, activate effect, banish March Hare, draw 2, add March Hare back to hand. All right, back to 5 cards in hand. Wonderful. Activate White Binder. That GWC. Linking off the White Binder and the Link Decoder into Cyber's Wicked. Link 1 with Wicked into Lingeribo. Wicked is gonna banish the White Binder to search backup at Ignister. Draw a card. Activate backup. There's the wizard, and we're discarding a Druis Worm. Okay. This feels like a Heart Scripter situation. Yep. And now the wizard brings back the Chessy Cat, and this is where we can make the Allied Code Talker, and then are we done? Oh no, not yet. My bad. I thought we were done. Can you imagine? Flash Mage. We haven't gone through. We have to. We can still make transcode. That also makes firewall. That's. And March Hare can still banish Cryptor. This is very weak into Nibiru now, but okay. I guess if they had Nibiru, we would have put Nibiru earlier. There is now the Allied Code. And we're just not using its effect. Oh, we leave the Wicked on the board. Okay. And we make Topologic Bomber Dragon. That way That way we can continuously nuke the board with Bomber Dragon because Wicked always protects it. And the Code Talker as well. The only problem is right now, if you want to negate anything, you'd have to tribute your Bomber Dragon, right? With the Allied Code Talker, because it has to tribute a link it points to, right? Yeah. Tribute a link that is points to. So if we want to negate this Rahu, you have to tribute the Bomber Dragon with the Allied Code. Which we do. Okay, nice Bomber Dragon, I guess. So what was the point of it then? I'm not sure if that was the ideal way to do it, but that's besides the point. All right, activate Cartesia's effect to fuse. We chain GWC. Bringing back Whitebinder, gain 23. Now, we need some banger Draco Tail names in hand right now to deal with this. We need like Mululu Urgula Pan or something. Thank you, thank you. There. That's not ideal at all. Not only do we only have one Draco Tail to fuse with. Okay, we're making Mysterion, which is neat. But is that gonna do it? I mean, all they need is a way to dodge the Mysterion and it does nothing. If you can pull it off though, if they are not careful and they play into the Mysterion, that's game winning. So far, we haven't seen any non-engine from Malice, which is really unusual because they've drawn, what, 4 cards? No, 3. They've drawn 3 extra cards so far already. All right, we set Ketu. Remember, Allied Code Talker negates activation, which means... Oh, it was called by the grave. It was called... It was called by the grave. You didn't call it by the grave, the Urgula? All right. Yeah, I hate when... Did you just summon the Marchair into the Mysterion? The White Rap, but... Okay. I guess we just are okay with banishing all of our Cyberse monsters. Goodbye, board. The Whitebinder can still come back though, right? It was not banished yet? Was it? Wait, it was? No, it wasn't. Heh? Has to be timer? Yeah. Okay, Okay, maybe they're playing around Ketu, like having a monster, but I don't know, man. This is really weird. This game is going in so many. This game is going differently in so many different ways that I can't even express. All right, Arthalion fusing with Pan and Ash Blossom. Setting Rahu. Letting the opponent get the Ash Blossom so they can Ash the MTP later. But we still have March here. Banish Cryptor is the problem. Now we can out the... Can we out the MTP? Not yet, no. We don't need to. It's already game. No, there's a March Hare in hand. March Hare Banish Cryptor is still really, really good for Malice, right? March Hare Banish Cryptor summons a 5k body that non-target banishes, and then you also have the MTP. Which the MTP can get ashed, but how are you outing the Cryptor? You're fusion locked. We're just chain blocking the Gulamel here with the March Hare, and then Cryptor comes back, and that's trouble. Or Draco Tail. Activate Urgula, which is an attempt to make the Gulamel live, but now we chain Cryptor to it, so the Gulamel is chain blocked once again. We recycle White Binder back into the extra deck. There goes Mysterion. Now I don't think we can out the Cryptor anymore. We can attack the March Hare now, but that's just gonna force the MTP, banishing it. That's gonna force the Ash Blossom. And then March Hare goes back to hand. Or we just let it go. Alright, fair enough. That one pass. This game is a lot closer than it should be. I feel like Malice should have had this one in the bag like forever, but okay, we have Magnamood as well. Banish Chessy Cat. Yeah, this is this one's Jover. We activate Horn in draw phase. Try and get rid of the Cryptor. But the Cryptor can just chain to this. It can banish itself to dodge, or it can banish the other face down or one of the monsters. A lot of options that lead... I mean, even if the Cryptor goes back into the extra deck, like starting your main phase with Chessy Cat effect is just going to be crazy. No matter what. Like, Draco Tail cannot keep up with this. Yeah, we just banish the other face down, let the Cryptor go into the extra deck. They draw a card now. But after Chessy Cat, Malice is gonna have 6 cards in hand if there's a March here, or 5 if there isn't. Normal Fuwa. Maybe no Malice card in hand right now, which would help. But like, look, there's a Druid's Worm in hand. That Druid's Worm can banish March here. That March here can banish Dormouse. Yeah. Activate Femena. Chain MTP to not give an opening to the Gulamel. Still feels like a mustache. Yeah. It's no way. No matter how you put it, there was no way for Draco Tail to win that game. They both tried. They both tried. But did not succeed. 0-7. 0-7. Game 1 goes to Malice. Alright, maybe better luck in game 2 for Draco Tail. They get to go first now. Let's find out. We're starting things off with a Rahu, which gets met with a Maxi. Honestly, I think you're okay with that from Draco Tail's perspective. Like, that's better than getting impulsed or ashed on it most of the time. Because starting Rahu is typically not the best sign, because most of the time, if you can avoid it, you don't want to fusion lock yourself too early. So there's a realistic chance that the Rahu was their only play. Or at least maybe other plays they had were suboptimal. So making the Rahu resolve here, even at the exchange of being under Max C, is probably a fine deal. We fuse Femena, Pan, and Veiler for our Thalion. That gives a draw, and we want to add back Femena and Pan. Little risky maneuver into Imperm here, using 2 from the hand. Like throwing the Veiler into the mix, but alright, could pay off. As it looks like it's resolving. Yeah. We're going to set Ketu Draco Tail. And Horn. We're adding back Femena and Pan. Activate Ketu. For Lucius. Okay, we haven't normal summoned yet, but we also can't link with the Lucius because we went through Rahu already. Searching for Mululu. It's very weak into Impulse what just happened, because we could have gone Ketu into Mululu directly and normal summoned it. Right now, the only way to perform a fusion summon on the opponent's turn is the Phimena in hand, so if there is one Impulse, we can stop that entirely. Fualo's in draw phase. Seems like the card off the top here for boss. That's gonna be fine, I guess. It's gonna draw one card later when the Phimena resolves. Maxi in draw phase, however, is a big problem if we don't have an answer to it, and it looks like there is no answer. Maxi is active. Okay. Do we have a Droll Lock Bird in the Malice deck to counter the Maxi later on, or are we just going to be under Maxi? Because if we are under Maxi, that's going to be trouble. Set 1. Set 2. Wait, what? Either we drew 2 traps, or we actually are not playing this turn. Normal summon March here is not the best normal summon, let's say it like that. Activate TB11, banish the March here. Alright, that's a decent start, all things considered. But if there's no Droll Lockbird, that Maxi is still gonna spell trouble. We summon Dormouse. And this would be the spot for Droll, I guess, but no. Problem is, if there's no Dominus Impulse, then a Mysterion Dragon would have been really strong. Okay, a Lingaribo is summoned, and we are going to attempt to Draco Tail Horn it. We're going to negate that horn and banish it with Lingaribo. What do I have to do to play Challenger Cups? There's a central Discord server for all the Challenger Cups where they post all of them, and then you join the server for the individual Challenger Cups, and then you can just sign up and play the tournament. They're all free. You can go !Challenger Cup. I have a command in my chat. That's going to bring you to the main Discord server where they post all of the Challenger Cup. Okay, we bell the March here, but there's a Druis Worm. Alright, more and more draws. Now we activate Phimena. No Impulse. That's massive. What about the rank in Master Duel? Your rank does not matter for anyone can join Challenger Cups. Alright, that's going to be a big Arstalion. We're using 3 monsters from hand, Urgula and Pan included. We give a draw to Malice here because the Fuva is active, but there's only so much we can draw into here realistically. I mean, we've normal summoned, we've used March here, we've used 1 Bestial. Guess we'll have to wait and see what exactly they can pick up. Chain MTP07 to search for a Malice card. But no Malice card does anything here. Because Marchair has already used this turn. And now the Pan is going to pop the Druis Worm, and then we have an empty board with no normal summon and no Marchair available. And also no Dormouse available anymore. Even if you have like a Ghost Sarcophagus, Dormouse is not something you can banish. You'd have to go for like White Rabbit. And then White Rabbit would have to get GWC, and that could get the Dormouse, but then the White Rabbit would also be gone. Add back a Maxi for later. Just in case times get rough again. Have the Maxi back. True Swarm effect gets rid of the Arthalion. We have Malice in Underground. Okay. There's Flame for it, though. That was a good hand from Malice, but it wasn't enough there. It was... I guess the only thing we didn't have was a good normal summon, which makes sense because all of the good normal summons are limited now for Malice, so... kind of expected, to be fair. Alright, and that's the equalizer. The problem now for Guitarmy is there's a game 3, and Boss is going to be able to choose first with the Malice deck now. And if they draw playable, that's going to be trouble, but let's find out how it goes. Is there side deck here? No, there's no side deck. Everyone just has one deck list. It's just everyone just has one deck now. There's deck lists now. You can't just change to anything anymore. All right, Boss going first in game number 3. Will we see a play? All right then, sure. Normal summon Dormouse. No response from Guitarmy. Banish Chessy Cat, indicating another Malice card in hand. Chessy Cat effect gets met with Ash Blossom. Don't want to give our opponent those free pluses. The problem is, even without Chessy Cat effect, this represents full combo. Wallows in response. Okay, fair enough. It resolves. Yeah, okay. That's a little bit of a little beacon of hope for Draco Tail here. Is the Fuwa resolving? And we go for a Link 1. That's going to be the first draw for the Molcharmy. We make Lingaribo. Backup Adignister is the follow-up here. Honestly, we could call it a day at one more special summon already from the extra deck. Like, we could just go Heart Scripter or Whitebinder next. But that is a beatable half board, I would say. It's still strong, but it's something we can deal with. We go for March Hare. We discard one. We do know one other card in their hand is a Malice card. And I would assume it's not March Hare if they're searching a March Hare here. So it was White Rabbit. Okay, bro, open Dormouse and White Rabbit. Understandable. There's Cryptor. That's going to be back to 5 for Guitarmy. And there is something. There is something Guitarmy can use. I mean, a Phimena or a Nibiru here could really throw Malice off. Because, yeah. Ooh, there's a Nibiru. Okay, is that... It feels early to me. Why does it feel early? Why did we feel the need to do that immediately there? Maybe they tried End of Main? possible. Yeah, maybe they tried End of Main. But like, I feel like if they tried End of Main, you kind of just have to take it, because now they can just March here, banish the Cryptor, and bring it back. Or even better, March here, banish White Rabbit, bring back White Rabbit, get GWC, GWC, banish March. Oh, I don't know. Okay, that. All right, the combination is gonna get something done. Yeah. Okay, dude. All right. When I said Phimena or Nibiru would be strong, I didn't mean Phimena and Nib and Bell. All right. Impulse on the Phimena here though is kind of massive. What end phase now? Okay, we know there's a March Hare in hand, but the March Hare doesn't do much right now because March Hare banished Cryptor. There's no banished Malice card, so Cryptor can't do anything. If Draco Tail can combo here, they're looking pretty solid, but they do need a starter. Mululu works. An interesting game with Malice involved. Yeah, all it took was Ash, Fuwa, Bell, Phimena, and Nibiru, and a play. That's all it took. Now the price you pay to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Against this deck, huh? Just 5 cards or something. March Banish Rabbit. March Banish Rabbit. Yeah, that works. This Arthalion should target Cryptor in the graveyard, I think. Then you're safe. If this Arthalion targets Cryptor in the grave, I think you're fine. Because the only way to dodge that would be the March here, the Cryptor immediately. But then there's no banished Malice. But then there's still a 5,000 attack Cryptor, so I don't know if that helps. But then you can still... you can still... Ketu. Arthalion on Bell also works though, to be fair. That's better. That's just straight up better. Arthalion for Bell is just more value. You don't have to target your opponent's card. You add Bell back, and if they go... If at any point they go March here, banish White Rabbit, GWC to bring back the Cryptor, you can then Bell the GWC. That's fine too. That works. The only difference is you're leaving the Cryptor in the graveyard, which could be scary in future turns, but we'll see. It might be game this turn, actually. It might be game this turn. Yeah. I mean, you can summon a bunch of bodies in the way here. Like, you can summon March here now. That's gonna banish one of the names. Maybe even Cryptor to put a 5,000 body up. But they can just go Ketu. Ketu for Pan. Use for Gulamel. And then Pan Gulamel is getting rid of 2 bodies. So it might not be game if you put up 3 bodies. But you're gonna be very low. Because you can make the Nibiru and the Arthalion connect, which is 6,000 damage. Also haven't activated Rahu yet. Oh, if they have enough material and there's no non-engine, then this is just game. White Rabbit. Probably just TB11 here, right? Because GWC, you know, gets negated. So there's not really a point for it. But you can go TB11. Do you even have a target for TB11? I guess you'd summon another March here. Don't let Gitarmi's hand trap opening distract you from the fact that boss opened 3 of the best one-ofs. Yeah, I mean, Chad is making a good point, to be fair. Malice is like at this point just one-offs. they are bound, like, if you play a deck with 40 one-offs, almost, you are bound to open some one-offs, I suppose. But yes, they did open the best one, which was Dormouse. You're not wrong. It's still funny to think about. Yeah, Secretarion, if the last card in hand for Malice is not a way to stop any of this, is just going to be game. Because Dominus Impulse was activated from hand last turn, it cannot even be a Nibiru. So, I think the only reasonable thing it could be is like a Bestial. But the Bestial is checked by the Bell as well. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see how Malice gets out of this one. We've got phenomenal setup over on the Dracotail side. We can still go Rahu into Gulamel, and that's going to be basically threatening game. So Dracotail coming back here. I mean, it's real in their defense, or in the Malice player's defense, the Dracotail hand was absurd this game. It was like the best possible hand almost you can draw against Malice, right? They opened with Fuwa, which resolved. They had Ash for Chessy Cat. They had Nibiru. They had Phimena, which did get negated, but still. They had Bell, and then even after all of that, after they spent so many cards, they still had a Molulu ready to go on their own turn to get things going. So like, it was a really strong hand. Gulamel destroys the token, and at this point, Bell is gone, so Bestial could stop the attack for game here, but I don't know if that means they're winning. Probably wouldn't. Secretarion, target Pan and Lucius. Summon back Pan. And that is a lot of damage on the board. But a Bestial Banishing Hearts Cryptor would still technically do it to survive, but it doesn't look like we have one. And Malice falls in game 3 here. It was a close match, all things considered, but the Dracotail prevails with a phenomenal hand in game 3 here, taking down Malice, even though they opened Dormouse. All right. It's very late into the round. There's only about 5 minutes left on the timer, so I'm assuming this game is also in game 3, so we're jumping in from now just to see if we can catch some last minute action in this top 32. Okay, and we are in the middle of quite something. It is Luna Light against Yummy. And it seems like it is turn 3 draw phase, which means it's the Lunalight player's turn. Yummy was not quite able to end the game last turn, it seems, but they've managed to get quite the setup here. But this is a very volatile matchup, because as soon as a Liger Dancer hits the board, it basically ends the game. So let's see how this goes. I'm checking the graveyard. From what I'm seeing, this looks like pure Yummy, because I'm seeing Piri Rise map. I see no Sulfa Chord cards. I see nothing else. They surely could have gone for Mitsurugi, judging from all the things I'm seeing. So this looks like it's a pure Yummy duelist in the top 32 right now, and honestly looking in a good spot to make that top 16 soon. But it's not over until it's over. Lunalight Gold Leo searches for Silverhound and resolves. So we're gonna discard probably that Silverhound. Nope, Poly. Okay, we want the Silverhound in hand. Oh, this screams heavy Poly or Lunalight Fusion. Ooh, this could be it. This could be Liger Dancer. This could already be Liger Dancer. And honestly, this is a little bit on the Yummy player's side. You have to make Herald of the Arclight. We could have made Herald of the Arclight on resolution of Goat Leo there. We could have immediately made Herald of the Arclight, but now it's too late, and I think this could just be Liger. Maybe I jinxed it. Maybe I spoke too soon when I said Yummy is looking to make it into the top 16 soon. Because I think a Liger Dancer is about to hit the board. I think a Liger Dancer is about to hit the board if they have... You can use one monster from the extra deck. So if these two are Lunalight monsters, we can use Gold Leo. Yep. Uh-oh. No! Oh, why didn't you summon Arclight? Oh, God. Who would win, 1,000 Yummy monsters or one Liger Dancer? I think the answer is Liger Dancer, guys. I think the answer is Liger Dancer. Oh, God. I think that's a problem for pure Yummy. Unless they're playing some very unconventional outs to it, this is gonna be a huge problem for Yummy, and could honestly already end the turn, end the game this turn, because I'm looking at their life points, 3,900. Yeah, that's not enough to survive a Liger Dancer. Is there really no theoretical out? Okay, so one way how... Oh, they had it all as well. All they had to do was summon Arclight on resolution of Gold Leo, and they had it. This card can theoretically beat it, because Yummy monsters you control gain 500 attack for each light beast monster on the field. If you can summon enough Yummy monsters, you can make them bigger than a Liger Dancer. It's possible. The problem is that Liger Dancer has a Raigeki-like effect where it destroys all of your monsters. So if you ever summon enough monsters and then try to go and attack over it, they can just wipe the board, and you can't really prevent that. So you have to basically find a way to force Liger Dancer's effect. And then still summon enough monsters with minion after. Which is not easy. Maybe Gorgon. I mean, the problem is I think the game ends this turn, right? Is the bigger problem. Most likely the Liger Dancer just wipes the board and attacks twice per game. Doesn't Elf protect? Elf does not protect from card effect destruction. It just prevents targeting. But Liger does not target. We're in the battle phase. Time. Yeah, I mean, you're right. It's... Yeah, but timeout doesn't matter because the Yummy player had less life points. So Lunalight wins either way. All right, I spoke too soon. I thought Yummy had it, but they didn't make the Herald of the Arclight. They weren't toggled on. That was the way to win that game. If they had made Arclight in response to the Gold Leo, they could have negated the Lunalight Fusion, but Liger Dancer hit the board, and when Liger Dancer hits the board, that typically beats pure Yummy. So, we might have other Yummy duelists still in contention. We will find out soon in the top 16, but this one was unfortunately eliminated, and Lunalight makes its way into the top 16. All right. We're gonna be back with the top 16 very, very shortly. I hope everyone is enjoying the games so far. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon. Since time was called already, I don't think the break should be very long. I'll be right back with you guys for the top 16. All right, and here we are with the top 16. The games have just begun for the Challenger Cup. So let's jump into Very versus Tachyon 254. And let's see what our duelists have brought. Okay, we've got Tachyon going first. I don't believe we've spectated them earlier today already, so I have no idea what this player is on. We do see some Yummy cards. All right, Lollipo Yummy is the normal summon. We go for Snatchy. Finally, a Yummy duelist again. Has been a while since we found a successful Yummy duelist, at least. Oh, but there is Habakiri in the mix. There is Habakiri in the mix. Okay. We're going to go Chainlink 1 Habakiri in hand, Chainlink 2 Cupsy Yummy Way. What this is doing is it allows us to both chain block the Cupsy Yummy Way here, but also if we do get Droll and Lockbirded, we are performing both of our searches in the same chain here, so it gives less value to a Droll and Lockbird. Cupsy Yummy Way searches Cupsy and Marshmallow, and we discard the Marshmallow. Activate Mitsurugi Ritual to summon from the hand by tributing Aramasa and Kusanagi. So we are summoning Habakiri here, and we're playing the big Mitsurugi package. By the way, some people are not using Aramasa and Kusanagi in Mitsurugi Yami because they're trying to reduce the amount of like bricks, but then they usually also don't play Futsu, which in this case we are playing Futsu. Mitsurugi Ritual to summon from deck now, tributing the Futsu, summoning Murakumo. And since there's been no interruption from Vere yet, this is looking like it's going to be a very, very strong end board. Searching Mitsurugi Prayers, activating Pre-Prep as well. They opened a Yummy name, Habakiri, and Pre-Prep. That is a hand if I've ever seen one. Activate Mirror, tribute Habakiri. Summoning the Futsu from hand. This is kind of weak into Nibiru, but at the same time, we have not tributed Murakumo this turn yet, and we do play the trap card. So even if you get nibbed here, the Murakumo would still come back, and you could maybe still continue with some Yummy plays. Zombie Vampire in the EMZ is going to give away what the opponent is playing as well. It is Draco Tail. Cupsy is going to search Surprise. We get nibbed now. Okay, I mean, it is a nib, but it's not going to be that good, I think. Murakumo Chainlink 1, Mirror Chainlink 2. Search Prayers. So we have Prayers and the Trap. And we can turn that token into a Link Spider if we play it. We destroy the Nibiru. The token is linked into Link's spider indeed. And now we can just keep doing yummy things. Yummy surprise brings back marshmallow. Marshmallow brings back surprise. Make Lollipo. Lollipo revives 2. Those 2 make... What is that? Marcher or Sorrowcat? Sorrowcat. Special Cupsy. Make Arclight. Sorrowcat recycles 1. And then we go for IP Masquerena. This does not feel like the board of a combo deck where Nibiru resolved tributing 5 monsters, but here we are. Basically full board through Nibiru, like pretty much just ignoring it. 3 sets. And now we have 5 cards in hand, kind of like hand looped ourselves with that Nibiru, because like the same thing they would have done anyways. We've drawn Fuwalos for turn. That's a little late, buddy. I mean, it could still do something this turn because there's an IP and there's some yummy stuff. But first of all, we got to play into this board to force those things. Normal summon Fallen of Albaz. Activate effect. Discard a pan that gets banished. And we're just going to negate that with the Purification. And that forces a surrender. All right, Mitsurugi Yami. I mean, that deck's end board is rough to play into. So they take the win here on the spot. Should have had that Fuwa 1 card earlier, I guess. That was a close 2-player game. Yep. Yep. All right. Vere going first this time around with Ketu Dracotail. Grabbing a Lucius. Normal summon of Lucius. Grabs Phimena and activates Phimena. Does not get hit with Fuwa or Maxi, it seems. Uses Mululu and Fuwalos. At the Fuwalos this time, but going first. Alright, as we've already seen in the previous game, this is a branded version of the deck, so we're going to see Verte here, no seals. But we're activating Verte right away. No further plays this turn, just Verte. Okay. Frixel and Albaz make Sanctifier, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough against Mitsurugi Yami. That deck has some strong pushes. Gonna set Sting, gonna set another card from the hand, 3 face downs. Okay. Didn't resolve a Rahu this turn. We're going to start things off with prayers in the draw phase. Are we tributing for it? we are tributing Habakiri. That's a strong start. That is a strong start if I've ever seen one. Uh-oh. We're chaining flame, targeting prayers. Do have a response here. Forbidden Droplet is so massive. Oh my god, Forbidden Droplet is so good in this situation. We're sending the prayers to the graveyard. That's gonna dodge the flame negate. And it's also gonna basically negate the Sanctifier. We're chaining Sting at least to get rid of the Habakiri, but the prayers is going to resolve. Oh my god, yeah, nah. Goodbye, my sweet Prince Draco Tail. You're gonna need some strong help. Probably in the form of Max C. If there's no Max C here, I don't know. You chain Sanctifier here, but whatever you summon back will just be the target of the droplet now, right? Gonna give the opponent an Albaz, but of course they can't use it. The Sting gets ashed, doesn't draw a card. The Flame gets dodged, doesn't draw a card either. Droplet is gonna negate Frixel. Prayers is going to resolve. It can search and summon. And then we can also trigger the Habakiri in the graveyard. Is Habakiri the best target for Sting? That heavily depends on the situation. Like, it's a fine target here because they tributed for cost with prayers, and then you can banish it can't search, but it really depends on the situation. The best thing for Sting, I guess, against Mitsurugi is banishing Mitsurugi Ritual when they try to add it back with Kusanagi. That's a really good Sting. But there's a lot of good Stings against Draco Tail. Okay, we're chaining Draco Tailhorn on our own Fallen of Albaz to draw a card here in response to the Habakiri. Recycle Sting, draw a card, back to 5 cards in hand. Saji from the deck, tributed. Can't he just activate Habakiri from banishment since it says tribute? Habakiri does not have to go to the graveyard in order to activate. You're correct in that regard. But if you tribute it to the graveyard and then it moves location before it gets to activate, it cannot activate anymore. That is just a Yu-Gi-Oh specific ruling where, like, if a card that's supposed to trigger moves location, it is treated as a different card, and that banished Habakiri is not the one that was successfully attributed and sent to the graveyard. So, like, it cannot activate. If you, let's say you DD Crow it after it's tributed, before it activates though, right? It's not like if you tribute it for Mitsurugi Ritual and then it activates in the graveyard, you can't chain DD Crow to it to prevent it from searching. It's specifically with prayers because prayers tributed and then it would activate at a later point. If you banish it, it can't activate. If it's pure Mitsu, we have a chance. It's not pure Mitsu. We know it's not pure Mitsu. We've seen it in game 1. It's Yummy Mitsu. The only hope here, I guess, for Draco Tail is that we still have a 5-mana interruption, which is not the worst. So what we could hope for here is that the 5-mana will stop Tachyon from accessing the Yummy card. Because at the moment, they're just doing Mitsurugi things. If they didn't draw a Yummy card, they might have to rely on Zombie Vampire, and then you can like 5-mana when they make Zombie Vampire and prevent that, and then hope that that's all they got. And then all you have to deal with is the follow-up from the Mitsurugi card, right? If they normal summon Kapsi next, then it's cooked. It's at the hardest to interact with this deck when they open both engines. When they open like Kapsi Habakiri, it's so hard to prevent because you're basically gonna use your interruptions to try and stop the Mitsurugi cards, and then they summon a Yummy monster or vice versa. If they actually have to use the Mitsurugi cards to get to the Yummy engine, then you might have a choke point. Which I guess is what you have to hope for here, right? It's like if they only have Mitsus, this is already looking hard, but it's doable if this is all they got. I think. How do you go from Mitsu to Yummy? There's two ways basically. You can either go Zombie Vampire and hope you hit the Yummy, or you can go into Camellia, send Hornet Drones, and then make Kagari to add back the Hornet Drones. It depends what version people are playing. Both are possible. And then Kagari plus the token can make a Yummy sync, for example. Ooh, Fuba on res here is not terrible. But at the same time, this is enough damage to just attack for game. So now you have to 5-mana. So we're chaining Murakumo. Discard Rahu. In the best case scenario, you have like cards like Pan here. Pan would be the best one. Really wants 2 Draco Tails here, that's for sure though. Oh wait, no, one of them is Albaz. That was horned, yeah. The other one's Mululu. Ah, okay. Mululu is good here. You can Mululu negate the Futsu so it doesn't revive anything, I guess. Yeah. Arthalion bounce the Murakumo is really neat. Bouncing the Murakumo, negating the Futsu. The problem with all of this is they can still make Zombie Vampire after, but I guess with Fuba active, you don't mind that so much. Could also, I mean, could bounce both, I guess. Could bounce 2 ritual monsters. That is a genuine win con against Mitsurugi with Draco Tail. It's just returning the ritual monsters back to their hand so they're not properly summoned anymore. Because then, if they just don't have a Murakumo in rotation that's properly summoned, that's really annoying for Mitsurugi. Because then they can't like summon it back on the opponent's turn with like Futsu or prayers or anything. So we're negating the Futsu here with the Mululu. Arthalion comes back. This one bounces that Murakumo. We have a Frixel for follow-up. And Fuva is active. So if we go for Zombie Vampire or Camellia here, that's going to be a lot of draws if you want to keep pushing with the Yummy cards. But it looks like they're committing into this Fuva. Here's the Zombie Vampire, and there's the Fuva draw. Ooh, they drew something right away. Yeah, that's convenient. All right, well, I guess you're happy about that. Drawing the Ghost Bell as the first card off Fuva just negates the Zombie Vampire for free, and all of a sudden, things are looking better. All right. The Arthalion gets run over by the Zombie Vampire, but it looks like that's going to be the end of the turn for Mitsurugi Yami here. And once again, a huge deal here is that there is a Murakumo in hand, not properly ritual summoned. So even if we have prayers here, we cannot summon Murakumo to like interrupt the opponent, destroy the board, force a discard. A lot of the grind game for Mitsurugi is not live because Murakumo is not properly summoned. We can bring back Futsu, but Futsu doesn't bring back a Murakumo either. It can bring back Aramasa and Kusanagi and Saji and so on, so it's still strong, but we'll see. All right, we're fusing with an Urgula here. That is going to force the back row early. I like it. Maybe next. If I was Tachyon, I would go next right now, because right now there's about 20 minutes left in the round. Which is comfortably enough time for a game 3. But the problem is Mitsurugi Yami usually pays 800 life points in the combo. So if you're grinding this game out and you end up losing it, it might be a tough game 3 for you if you have to pay 800 on turn 1, and then, you know, like it could be annoying. Tachyon has infinite follow-up though. I think it's gained this turn, honestly. I think for Draco Tail it should be no problem to end it this turn. Really, it really shouldn't be. Do we know the set? Do we know the other one? We knew prayers, but do we know, is it the trap card or? Oh, it's another droplet. Okay. Does that help you survive though? It halves the attack of the Arthalion, I guess. But they can just link with it and bring it back from the grave because it's, yeah. Taking 800 damage again. You bring back Futsu here, it just gets negated by Mululu. And then Rahu for Pan. This is not really winnable for Mitsurugi, I think. We have a prayers for follow-up, but once again, like, see what difference it makes that this Murakumo is not properly ritual summoned? The huge problem, even on future turns. Brixel for Lucius. Amazing play for follow-up. There's Pan. We're gonna Pan with Rahu. And yep, writing is on the wall. And we don't want to grind it out unnecessarily because we want to have the maximum amount of time for game 3. At the moment, there's 17 minutes left, so they should be fine. But Draco Tail, it was a struggle, honestly. That Mitsurugi Yami hand was almost perfect. Of course, in hindsight, we now know that there was a duplicate droplet there. Of course, it's asking for a lot, but if that duplicate droplet was a Yami card, they would have definitely cooked this game. But it wasn't, and so Dracotail was able to walk away with it. With a pretty lucky bell off of Fuba, to be fair. But okay. In game 3, Mitsurugi Yami is allowed to go first. And they will go first. All right, let's see. Let's see what it is. Is it the Mitsu half? Is it the Yami half? Is it the Bricks half? Because they play a lot of those. You never know with this deck. They're thinking about it. Normal summon Cupsy. That is one way to start. Okay. Normal summon Cupsy resolves. And we're searching Yami Surprise. Already guaranteeing a pretty strong Yami setup. Maxi on resolution could save Vere. There's an Ash Blossom for it, and if you Maxi first, I told you this earlier, you don't have Fuba, because you would Fuba first, and that's rough. 4 cards. Down to 4 cards already against the Mitsurugi Yami deck. Not pleasant. And there's Yami Snatchy, and if you're not familiar with this deck, this already guarantees Mitsurugi combo as well, believe it or not. Unless we get further interruptions from Dracotail. But the Yami cards can indeed bridge into Mitsurugi. And we're gonna find out how if they're going for it. Of course, if they have Habakiri in hand already, they don't have to, but... Alright, Cupsy Yami Way searches 2 Yamis. Discards Fuwalos. There's the second Snatchy. There's Lollipo. I see a response window here. What are we thinking about? Maybe a Phimena into Mysterion? How good is Phimena into Mysterion? Not really, right? Because they can just chain Lollipo to bring back Snatchy, and then Snatchy can dodge by quick synchroing with whatever you target with Mysterion, right? It doesn't work. There's the Shamisen Samsara Soro Cat. And there's the Yami Surprise. Now, this card is responsible for the fact that Herald of the Arclight being at 1 doesn't really matter for this deck. Because, of course, Herald of the Arclight is going to be how you can search a Habakiri with the Yami engine. But that means sending it to the graveyard, which would normally mean, well, if it's limited, it's gone. But with this card, if it's in the grave, you can shuffle back a Synchro from your grave and bring it back, which means you can just remake the Herald of the Arclight. So you don't even have to skip on your Herald of the Arclight Omni Negate in this deck by bridging into Mitsurugi, which is pretty crazy. Alright, and there's Herald of the Arclight, and that's important. You make it in the extra monster zone so that you can turn it into a gravity controller. And of course, now Herald of the Arclight has been sent to the graveyard, and you search Habakiri, and the gravity controller in the extra monster zone can't be used as link material, but says nothing about synchro summoning. So it can still be a level 1 tuner for your yummies, or you tribute it for Habakiri, I guess. All right, Saji searches the trap card because we already have Ritual. We're tributing Kusanagi and Aramasa from the deck to summon Habakiri from hand. Trying to add back Ritual with the Kusanagi. All right, we're tributing Futsu from hand to summon Murakumo from the deck now. Suggesting that we're gonna search Mirror, I guess. Mirror, it's... yeah, we're probably searching Mirror. They have something. I wonder what they're waiting for, but realistically, it's also like... it's really hard to interrupt this because no matter when you do, there's always a backup plan that somehow still gets the job done. Is the tough part about all of this. The really tough part. And now we activate Mirror to bring that Futsu to the field. Prayers added to hand. We haven't even used prayers yet. This deck has so many bodies. We're going for zombie vampire, even though we have all the engines already, just to get some information on the opponent's deck, I suppose. We can also mill some important cards, maybe. Like if you hit like some Draco Tail traps or whatever, it could significantly weaken their follow-up if there is ever a grind game to be played after all of this, which is questionable, but I guess that's what they're thinking. And you don't lose any material by doing zombie vampire because, well, you use 2 bodies and you get 2 bodies, so it's kind of risk-free. And there you go, you hit a Draco Tail Horn, which now they cannot set it up for next turn. The Cartesia is a resource for them though, but I don't think it's gonna matter. Gonna steal that Cartesia, actually. Don't know if they can make use of the fact that it's a tuner. I don't know if this deck plays rank 4s typically. Sometimes they play a Dugaris, but usually not. There is IP Masquerena. Now Sorrow Cat comes back. They do still need a level 1 monster to make the Arclight again. Have we activated Surprise this turn and added it back? Yes, we have. The Marshmallow is used already. What is this? Are they thinking about belling the cat? And there's a Lollipo. And that's going to actually get rid of that Cartesia from earlier, so they don't have that resource for later. If there is a later even, I doubt it, but get rid of that Cartesia now. Draco Tail WinCon is time limit at this point. I mean, realistically, you're probably right, but there's 7 minutes left and they didn't activate prayers, so they didn't even need to activate prayers, pay 800, so I don't know. And there's Arclight, it's back, and Draco Tail is not gonna like this end board. Alright, well. Five cards in hand, and it's not looking too hot. As they're staring down Herald, IP, Lollipo, Murakumo, the Mitsurugi Trap, Mitsurugi Prayers. Having a big ol' think about it, but I honestly don't know what kind of cards you would need in order to break this. This seems very hard. Because the problem is your spell cards like Rahu and Ketu don't even threaten much here because Herald of the Arclight is there. We normal summon Mululu, activate the effect, which is a neat way to play around Arclight at least a little bit, because the Mululu, if you fuse it from the field, would go to the graveyard, which is why they're stopping this with the Great Purification. Chain Phimena, which is banished, so we're trying to fuse with the Mululu from the field before it gets destroyed by Purification. That's honestly not the worst start to all of this, even though I'm not sure how much it's gonna help, but it is a start. You're gonna lose a lot of resources by doing this, but at least the Mululu goes to grave and can negate the Arclight. So we're negating the Phimena actually, which is the right thing to do here probably. So Phimena gets negated, Mululu gets negated and destroyed, and then there's 3 cards left in hand to make a play without normal summon and without Phimena. But if we have Rahu or Ketu, then maybe we can make something happen. But we do not. And even honestly, even if you have Rahu or Ketu there, you still have to deal with discarding a card from Murakumo, IP into SP or Dynamondo, all of the yummies tagging out and doing all of their yummy things, Murakumo eventually blowing up the board, and then whatever that last face down was on top of all that. Like, that board is so hard to play into. And so they were not able to do it here. So Mitsuyami takes down Draco Tail. So at least there is one successful Yami deck, but it is Yami Mitsurugi. Pure Yami has not been having a great day so far, but who knows? We haven't seen every single player who's still in the tournament yet. So gonna be back with the top 8 in just a few minutes, as this match was already very close to time. It was a very long best of 3. So we're gonna be back with the top 8 duelists in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. We have reached the top 8, which means our remaining duelists are just 3 wins away from winning the first Challenger Cup of the winter season. Our duelists are at the table and should be beginning any moment now. And we're going to jump into table 2 over here, which is another reigning world champion, as we actually see Luca still in the tournament as well. But it's going to be Mist versus Abraham123 here in our top 8, so we're gonna check out what's happening there as soon as they begin, which I think should be any moment now. I think so. Yep. Yeah, we've got a good looking top 8 here. We've got Mist, Luca, Teremiare, Bronas, a lot of seasoned Challenger Cup duelists. I believe a lot of them were playing, the ones I've seen so far are, I think, mostly playing Draco Tail. Tachyon was Mitsuyami. I'm not sure if Abraham was the Luna Light player earlier. Might be, but I'm not 100% sure on that. All right, let's begin. All right, we see Herman going first. In top 8. And Herman is on Draco Tail, just like Luca. The only thing we don't know is if it's the same version, because it could also be the Megistus version. We saw Luca playing Megistus Draco Tail earlier. I wonder if Herman is going to be on the same technology. I guess we might find out this turn. We're choosing to normal summon Lucia, so no normal summon of Zoroa at least. Gonna grab a Phimena. Do the lists become public after the cup? I don't think they post them. What you could do is join the server and ask players yourself if they want to share their deck list, I suppose. All right, we follow things up with a branded fusion, confirming that we at least have a branded portion in the deck, and we do send the Spenta. So no huge surprise here that these two are on the same deck, I suppose. Luca and Herman both playing Megistus branded Draco Tail. So we're gonna go for Spenta in the graveyard now, equipping our Sanctifier with an Artemis. And that's gonna grab another Spenta from deck to hand, which we can still use later to summon a Crowley to make the Zoroa, I guess. First things first, though, we're going to go for Phimena. Using Lucius and Fualos. Okay, so we have no other Draco Tail in hand. That's going to hurt a little bit in terms of the traps that we can set up. But, I mean, we're going to have less traps, but we're still going to have a lot of strong monsters on the board in this version, because we already have Sanctifier, and with the Spenta we can later on search Crowley and make the Megistus fusion. There we go. Add a Megistus monster from deck to hand. That's going to be Crowley. I think if Spenta's utility was to just add Crowley, it would have been pretty cool. You mean like if they just didn't make like, or if Zoroa didn't exist? I guess both the main deck monster and also the fusion monster. That's fair enough. I can get behind that. Decklist would be 3 Spenta, 1 Crowley. Usually it's 3 Spenta, 1 Crowley, 1 Zoroa in the main deck. Usually it's 5 Megistus monsters. You could play it without the Zoroa if you wanted to. You could. But I feel like when you already have the other 4 in the deck, then you might as well play it just in case. I started playing Striker. Will Radiant Typhoon make it meta? I mean, in the OCG at the moment, Sky Striker is a top tier meta deck. It's like 3rd or 4th most powerful, I think. In the TCG, it's also playable. I wouldn't call it top tier, but it's good. In Master Duel, it's struggling a little bit more because it's missing Radiant Typhoon and the Fallen and the Virtues. I think once we get those cards, it can be a serious contender in best of 1, yeah. All right, and it is in fact the Luna Light deck here from Abraham, which is kind of scary, I feel like, after you've made a board like this, because even with Magistus and Branded in the mix, I don't know if that makes it any easier to out a Liger Dancer. So it feels like if they have a way to summon Liger, they could still just win. So this is definitely scary. I thought that Radiant Typhoon was having success played pure in the OCG. That too. It's also a good deck in its pure form, yes. But they were specifically asking about Striker, which is why I said that. But you can also play pure Radiant Typhoon. Oh, that's a strong poly. We're fusing Martin and Silverhound to make Perfume Dancer. Oh god. That's a lot of powerful triggers. Perfume Dancer to search Perfume, Yellow Martin to search a Lunalight spell, and Silverhound to summon a Lunalight from the deck. All 3 very powerful effects that are activating here. Chain Phimena is threatening a Mysterion the Dragon Crown if they have room for it in the extra deck, I guess. Mysterion is pretty good against Silverhound. That looks like Mysterion to me. Yeah, there it is. Okay, but all of it is resolving. So I guess we'll see. So all of the Lunalights are Beast Warriors. So whatever we summon here, Mysterion is going to banish it and the Perfume Dancer. Gonna summon a Kaleido Chick. Now the thing is, if Kaleido Chick gets banished, it also has an effect that stops anything activated in the battle phase, which is kind of scary, but probably doesn't matter. All right, Lunalight Perfume, gonna be added to the hand, as well as Lunalight Fusion. And now we're gonna go for Mysterion, banishing Kaleido Chick and Perfume Dancer. Activate Kaleido Chick effect in the banished zone, which means no effects in the battle phase for Herman this turn. But it's not about the battle phase. Ooh, a Branded Fusion in Lunalight. Okay, that's technology. What? All right. Draco Tail Flame on the Branded Fusion. Oh, hold up. That's scary. Now what now Lunalight Fusion can resolve if there's no Ash, I guess. Okay, Branded Fusion gets negated. There's Perfume. Targeting Black Sheep. That resolves. Brings back the Black Sheep. We now activate Sting to get rid of probably Martin plus Perfume. Yeah. There they go, and we draw a card for the Sting. Activate Lunalight Fusion. Is there an Ash Blossom? If there's no Ash, this could be Liger Dancer. If there's no Ash and we have 2 Lunalights in hand, this could be Liger. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is there Liger? Do we have 2 Lunas in hand? Because you can use 1 from the extra deck. No. Oh, there are. Okay, dude, I thought. At first, it only showed 1. Okay, there are 2 Lunas in hand, so here's Liger Dancer. Black Sheep effect. Here's the thing. It's basically just down to does Herman have an out to this? Because basically this is just gonna be Liger Dancer and nothing else. I know Pure Draco Tail has a really hard time outing a Liger Dancer. If that, most of the time it's just impossible. With branded Magistus Draco Tail, I'm not sure if maybe there is a way to do it. The Tenki is also in a very sus position, by the way. I'm just now realizing that. I'm just now realizing that the Tenki is in one of the pendulum zones. That should not have been... Titaniclad can out it. Titaniclad can out it, but you would have to have the second copy of Branded Fusion, right? And you would have to have Nibiru in the deck to make the Titaniclad big enough, right? Which I guess we don't know if it's there or not. It could be. I'm not sure if you have room for Titaniclad. I really don't think that we're expecting Lunalight with this one. All right. We're chaining Sanctifier to the Liger Dancer's effect to destroy the board. We're negating our own Sanctifier. This way we can pop the Wolf, actually, which we committed to the field before doing this, which didn't really feel necessary. But okay, Wolf gets destroyed now because of that. We lose the entire board. And now it's just Liger Dancer, I guess. But we're going to summon the Gulamel back just to block a little bit of damage, I guess. And Lunalight is literally out of cards except for the most important one. We have a Liger Dancer now attacking twice every turn, running over this Gulamel and then going in for 3,800 damage. And that's basically threatening to end the game next turn, I suppose. While all they have now is they have a Silverhound spell trap negate and a Liger Dancer. That's all they have. If we can out the Liger Dancer, there's a chance. If we can't out the Liger Dancer, the game is already over. But that's something that only Mist can know right now. If they have an out to the Liger, we don't know their extra deck. Is there Gorgon of Zilophonia? Is there Underworld Goddess? Is there, I don't know, Axis Code Talker? But even then, how are you going to protect those monsters from a Liger Dancer board wipe? We'll have to wait and see. Can Liger Dancer get past a set Marshmallow? No. If it's just one-on-one, then Marshmallow wins. Draco Tailhorn, Bounce Back Lucius. Gonna let it happen. Recycle Sting, draw 1. Get 2 Draco Tail. Negating with Silverhound. I don't know if that's... I don't agree with that. That negates the activation. They can just activate another Ketu later. And they're definitely going to find a way to get to another Ketu. I think you're supposed to hold that for like maybe a second branded fusion if they play Titanic Clad or something else. Because that's just... they're just going to get another Ketu. Yeah, even negating the Horn was better. Because that would have stopped a draw and recycling. That way they only have 1 trap in rotation. I don't agree with negating Ketu. Oh look, it's Ketu again. Guess who's back? It is the 3rd Ketu, I guess. So at some point, Herman is gonna have to think about recycling Ketu, but I don't know if that matters. That's the problem. None of this might matter if there's no out for Herman, which. The extra deck is pretty tight in Magistus Draco Tail with branded as well. Like branded Magistus Draco Tail, how are we gonna even have room for the Gorgon of Zilophonia or something? There's no way we play those cards, I feel. I really don't know if there's a world in which we play those cards. Hi Mara, I appreciate you. Thank you. There's Arthalion. What kind of tournament is that? It's a Challenger Cup. You can go exclamation mark Challenger Cup if you want to find more. If you want to find out more about the tournaments and play in future ones. They are free, but there is prizes. Yes. All right, Arthalion bounces Phimena and Phimena. How to join the next tournament? They're always posted and announced in this Discord server that pops up when you type exclamation mark Challenger Cup. And then when you see a tournament that you have time and you want to play in, then you just join that tournament. It's very self-explanatory in the Discord server if you just if you join the server, and they're all free to play. All right, I guess we are hiding behind some fusion monsters. Looks like we're immediately trying to go to the battle phase. Why are they wasting time if they have no out? I'm not sure exactly what the plan is. I could imagine that in some world, is there maybe a consideration that you could beat, like you can run Liger Dancer out of fodder in the extra deck? And then, because one thing I'm seeing right now is like maybe resummoning Albion over and over and giving your opponent the Fuwalos in attack mode and attacking it. You'd have to do that 3 times, right? I'm not sure if it's possible though. You'd have to like recycle Arthalion, which I guess is what he's doing right now. And then Arthalion has to recycle the Sanctifier and the Secretarion, or just recycle the Secretarion, I guess. And then when you recycle the Secretarion, you can summon back the Sanctifier every time and give your opponent the Fuwa over and over again. But I'm not... yeah. It could work, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's not impossible. Because technically this is infinite, right? If you just recycle the Secretarion every turn... oh. Did we time out? Did. Okay. Well, that's anticlimactic. Because I just started to figure out how we could potentially win, and then we just timed out. All right, got it. Okay, now let's think about this, right? If we keep recycling Arthalion with Frixel every turn, and we keep using the Arthalion to recycle Secretarion, what we can do theoretically is resummon Secretarion every turn, Secretarion resummons Sanctifier every turn, and we just give the opponent a monster in attack mode and attack it for 2900 damage, right? Because Fuwa is in attack mode, we attack it, 2900 damage. Next turn, we do the same thing. Next turn, we do the same thing. If we can manage to run the opponent out of Lunalights in the extra deck, this does work, right? Because they can't, at some point, they can't Raigeki anymore. And we just keep giving them Fuwa and attacking it. Well, okay, well, I guess we will never find out whether that would have worked or not, because we timed out. But yeah, you know what? It was more interesting than I thought. All right, Max C has resolved, which I guess is pretty big against this version of Draco Tail, because we can't do any fancy Magistus or branded combos without giving the opponent more draws. And that's a scary deck to... I mean, look, that was basically... game 1 was also Herman going first, setting up a very strong board, including Sanctifier, Zoroa, and the Draco Tail interruptions, and still losing to Lunalight. And here, we're even under Max C, which is even scarier. It's a very scary deck to be under Max C against, Lunalight. Alright, 5 mana. There's another... What do we have? Nothing, I guess. Okay. Refusing Lucius and Max C. Uh-oh. Or Arthalion. Draw a card. We're adding back Phimena with the Arthalion. We're not adding back the Max C, which either means we have a second one or we just don't want to rely on Max C. Oh, we're going to give another card. That is so scary. We're going to give another card for this Rahu. If it doesn't get impulsed, I guess. We might just have 2 Maxis. Yeah, it's possible. It's unlikely that Max C was the worst monster in their hand, right? Unless they have 2 Maxis. because they're playing so many monsters, right? They're playing the Fallen of Albaz stuff. They're playing Magistus monsters. Like, there's a very high chance they had other monsters. If it's not double max, yeah, I would think. Okay, we're going for Flame and Sting, 2 powerful cards against Lunalight. Urgula adds back 5 mana, and then we just pass and hope for the best because there's 7 cards in the opponent's hand. This is so volatile. 1 heavy poly. Book of Eclipse. Okay, well, I don't think you care about that. All right, Tanky. Ooh, we flame the Tanky. Okay, that's scary. Okay, we want to trade with the starter, hoping that they don't have other ways to play. The big gamble, but it could work out. Oh god, it's the end of the main phase. They had 1 starter in 7 cards. Really? 1 starter in 7 cards and Flame on Tanky ends the turn. That is so sad. That is so sad. Okay. Well, sometimes it works. Sometimes it works. That's gonna bring us to a game 3 between Dracotail and Lunalight, which Abraham is gonna be able to go first for the first time in this match. So we're gonna see how that works out for them. Was Impulse on Rahu correct if they had it? I think if their hand was so weak, I would have probably taken the draw as well, but at the same time you prevent some traps by doing it. It's hard to say. Okay, Tri-Brigade Fractal is going to send Silverhound from deck to the graveyard. And we have a Molcharmi Fuwalos in response. Which resolves. Okay. Resolving the Molcharmi means, in Lunalight's case, it never means we stop. In Lunalight's case, we always keep going. Lunalight Gold Leo is summoned. Activates its effect. And we are probably just going in against this Molcharmi and trying to summon as many Liger Dancers as possible. And the logic is, it doesn't matter how many cards your opponent draws if they cannot out Liger Dancers, is essentially the philosophy. The only way that this goes wrong is if your opponent draws into a lot of hand traps to stop you from making the Liger Dancer. But we're gonna wait and see how that turns out. So we're gonna go ahead and search for Lunalight Black Sheep, discard Yellow Marten, which is a pretty ideal discard, because that's gonna search for a Lunalight spell, which is gonna be Masquerade or Fusion. In this case, it's Masquerade. All right. Which means we know they have Masquerade and Black Sheep. Masquerade is once per turn you can send, or during the main phase if it's activated this turn, you can send a Lunalite monster from deck to grave, and then when you perform a fusion summon, you can add Polly back from the graveyard or banishment to your hand, and then you can discard a card. And if you discard a card, it turns your future, one of your future fusion summons into a miracle fusion, so you can banish the stuff from the graveyard. Which is the common way how this deck summons 2 Liger Dancers, right? They're like, usually you summon 1 Liger Dancer by using material from your hand and field, or graveyard if you're using Wolf, and then you're using another, summoning another Liger with material from your grave only. Alright, normal summons Kaleido Chick, which is a vital part of the combo always, because it keeps sending Lunalite monsters from deck and extra deck to grave. So this combo, even I've played a bit of Lunalite. I know that this combo can make double Liger Dancer very easily. The question is, how many draws do you have to give for the Fuvalos if you're trying to do double Liger? The answer is probably not that many. If all you're trying to do is double Liger. There's a world where you can just do that with 2 more summons, right? Like maybe we can activate Polly, make Liger, add back Polly with Masquerade, discard another card, activate Polly, make another one. Is it possible to summon 3 Ligers? It's possible, but it's usually not necessary. Like, and so some decks don't even play 3 Ligers, because I mean, realistically, come on, who's gonna out 2 Liger Dancers? If you can summon 2 Ligers, you probably just win the game. All right, there's Perfume Dancer. That's going to be another draw for the Molcharmi. So we do go through that Perfume Dancer. We're using Lunalite Masquerade here to enable a fusion summon by banishing the material. Also, we're going to add Polly back with this. We're going to put Perfume Dancer as Chainlink 2 to add Perfume from deck to hand. Perfume Dancer is going to add Perfume. And then we're going to go ahead and go for Masquerade. Add back Polly. Discard a card. Which is going to be a double Cyclone. Which is a great card against Dracotail. Going second. Would not have been good last game because we would have popped our own Tenki. That's the one thing where it doesn't help. Lunalite Tiger is already in hand. Okay. That's going to give us access to Kaleido Chick again. Ooh, hold up. The toggle has been activated. Is that a Phimena moment? It looks like it. Looks like we are Phimena-ing. Looks like we are... Oh, not yet. Okay, not yet. The toggle was shown, but we've decided against it. Gonna attempt to bring back Kaleido Chick. Kaleido Chick on the field is negated, so it's not gonna copy the name, but it sends for cost. So there is Leo Dancer. There is Leo Dancer number 1 in the graveyard now. Nothing yet. We're using Perfume Dancer to bounce Tiger back to the hand. Now we activate Poly, and this Poly can already summon the first Liger Dancer if it resolves. But as we figured out in an earlier in game 1, there is theoretically a world in which you can out one Liger Dancer. It's not impossible. All right, Gold Leo and Leo Dancer are banished from the grave. We use the 2 monsters from the field. There's the first Liger. There is the first Liger. Gonna give another draw. How close to the time limit are they? They have 9 minutes, right? 9 minutes. Which is... I'm not sure who that's benefiting, because I think it benefits Lunalight here. Because I don't think... If there's a way to outgrind 2 Ligers, it probably involves taking some damage in the process, realistically, right? Because... how else are you gonna do it? Surely if there's 2 Ligers, first of all, you won't do any damage yourself for a while. And you're definitely taking damage next turn. There's no way you don't take damage from double Liger Dancer. It's not possible. I'm not sure if it's going to be double Liger, though. If they have to rely for Wolf here, if they have to go for Wolf, this is very vulnerable to Phimena with Urgula, or even just Gulamel. Yeah, there's Phimena. I guess if there's no Urgula... Okay, dude. Okay. They had that for the Molcharmi, and they didn't use it because they just weren't scared of Molcharmi Fuwalos, by the way. I mean, fair enough. Looking back at it, they didn't give many draws. It's actually kind of impressive. It's been barely any draws for the Molcharmi. Like, it's been 3. It's been 3 draws, which is a decent amount of cards, but like for 2 Ligers? Come on. That's... You can let the Fuwa resolve and hold Called By for Phimena or Maxi. I agree. Now it's going to be draw number 4. And there's Liger number 2. 7 cards in hand for Mist end phase. Have fun, I guess. Do we have a Silverhound negation in the graveyard? We do. Okay. Double Liger, Silverhound negate, as well as a Wolf that's still chilling on the board, I guess. Branded Fusion. I guess this is the mind game of, is there a Titaniclad in your deck? Which, I'm gonna be honest with you, I would bet that there's no Titaniclad, but they're not gonna risk it. They're gonna negate the Branded Fusion. But realistically, there's no Titaniclad in this deck. It's Megistus Branded Draco Tail. It does not have space in the extra deck. But I guess we're playing it safe. Well, we might find out anyways, because they might have a second Branded Fusion or Verte. Actually, can you Verte? You cannot. You can only activate... activation is negated. Can you still summon links now? I forgot. All right, fusing Pan and Urgula into Gulamel. I don't see how you survive next turn realistically with double Liger staring you down. Because you're gonna get Raigeki in the end phase, and then they go battle phase. You have to like 5 mana to not die, then they Raigeki that. Having Pan is good, but I don't know if it's enough, basically. And even if you're not losing next turn, you're definitely taking damage. Because that's 4 attacks. There's no way you can block that many attacks. So even if you survive next turn, you're going to be behind in life points, and there's only 4 minutes left. See, second brand infusion, I told you. Okay. Now, why do we have to Liger Dancer this in response to branded fusion? Anti-Titanic Lad? How is that anti-Titanic Lad? You could still do it after, and it would still destroy the Gulamel. Okay, but there is no Titanic Lad, obviously not. Bestials in the deck as well. We haven't seen those previously, at least Magnamut. I don't know if there's other Bestials, but that if there's more Bestials, that could help with outing or surviving, at least with less damage taken. Penta, equip the Albion. This would be a really good moment to destroy all the monsters if we didn't do that earlier for no reason. You can do it again now, I guess. Okay, the Iowa's equip makes it 4,000. But we're gonna wipe that. Is there a way of getting a monster destruction protected? I think it's just running Lunalight out of fuel for the Liger Dancer is the way to win. You have to like empty out their extra deck, basically, is how you could do it. Which I don't know. There's usually at least 3 more, I think. They usually have Saber Dancer, maybe a 3rd Perfume Dancer, maybe a 3rd Leo or 3rd Liger, I guess. It depends. 1 minute left. Yeah, it's a weird game. I can't explain the Liger Dancer effect on the just Gulamel. I don't understand it. That makes things so much harder now for Lunalight. Because now we just can't do it in the end phase anymore, because both have been used. So we're gonna have to do it on our own turn, which is really weird. And now Magnamut is back in hand, and that blocks an attack. I'm so confused. Yeah, it's probably still fine. All they have to do is do some damage, right? Because now it's literally 2-1-0. Now it's timeout. And I believe the way it's ruled in time is first damage wins. So I think as soon as one Liger Dancer connects, the game ends. So we're gonna end main phase, and that's gonna force Fimena if they have it. Yeah. Is there a way you cannot take damage this turn? I guess it depends how many Luna Lights they have left in the extra deck. But even one Liger Dancer effect to wipe the entire board. Can you resummon 4 monsters after that? You can bring back Arthalion from the grave. You can use Pan to summon 1 back from the grave. You can use the Bestial in your hand to put up a body. That's 3. Where is the 4th one coming from? Because Gulamel gets banished. That's already from the graveyard. Oh, you can bring back No, you can't bring back Sanctifier with Pan. You have to bring back a non-monster. I don't see it. I don't see it. 2 Bestials? He doesn't have 2 Bestials. He just has Magnamoot. He did not add a Bestial with Magnamoot. He added Magnamoot back with Arthalion, but no other Bestial in the deck, I think. Because the Magnamoot searched the Pan. There are no more outs. Even if he doesn't take damage, it's over. That's not true. Because they're in time, if he can just summon Sanctifier, give the opponent an attack mode monster and punch over it, he could win. If he just never takes damage and survives long enough. But I don't think we can do that. Both branded fusions in grave. How will he make Sanctifier? He already made Sanctifier. It's in grave. He can revive it with Secretarion Dragon. Also, you can also theoretically make Sanctifier. You can add Albaz back to your hand with Arthalion and then just make Sanctifier with Fimena. That's possible. So there are ways. There genuinely are ways. Can't summon with Sanctifier? No, you give him on the opponent. Yes. You give your opponent Moltrami Fuwalos on their turn, then you survive the turn, and then you attack the Fuwalos. I'm aware of that. I know all of that. And now Liger connects, I think. I don't see a way. I mean, we can throw in the Magnamoot, but... All right, we continue the attack onto this Magnamoot. I guess we can, yeah, sure. Let's sting a little. Yeah, let's sting. We can also flame the wolf. Why not? Draw some cards. Please don't time out, Abraham. Okay, there's damage. There's damage. I think that's game. We're 5 minutes over time. I think that's GG if I don't misremember the rules of the Challenger Cup. And there we go. Reigning world champion Herman falls to double Liger Dancer. There's no shame in that. It was a valid effort, but cannot beat those double Ligers with that deck. No outs in there apparently. I mean, we saw that theoretically with the Iwas Magistus fusion, you can pump a monster up to 4,000 attack. But if the Liger Dancer just outs it in the battle phase, there's no real, no real way to make it attack over it. So it is what it is. How can you summon Sanctifier in the opponent's turn? You just summon it on your turn. You summon Secretarion, bring back Sanctifier, pass turn, then activate Sanctifier, give them Fuva in attack mode. Then they attack your stuff, you somehow block enough damage, and then theoretically next turn you can attack the Fuwalos. Come on, it's not that hard. I had an out in my deck in a boosted tribute summon Nibiru, but I didn't draw it. Yeah, you can equip a tribute summon Nibiru with the thing, but then you have to draw the nib for it, I guess. You can, oh, I guess you don't play Albion, the other Albion in your extra deck, because you could have branded fused the Nibiru into the graveyard and then added it back. But I guess the extra deck must be really tight in that version, right? Yeah, you don't. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Because then you could branded fuse, send the nib from deck to grave, add it back with Arthalion, tribute summon, use Spenta to equip it with Iwas and then attack. Yeah, that would have worked. I can't do that plus Spenta. Yeah, you'd have to draw one of the two. You'd have to have drawn the Spenta for that. And then do that, and also need Albion in extra deck. But yeah, that's whatever. I mean, the next problem with Titaniclad is just that it only outs one. Well, yeah. But if you can out one Sanctifier, you can actually, I think you can outlast the other Sanctifier, the other Liger Dancer. If you out one Liger, you can definitely outlast the other one with Draco Tail. You can definitely block 2 attacks each turn. And win with Sanctifier by just attacking Fuva over and over. Which was possible in game 1. Yeah, in game 1, if you didn't time out, I think you could have had a way to like give them Fuva every turn and punch it for 2,900 damage 3 times while outlasting the one Liger. I think that was possible. All right, well, having one game go into overtime by so much means we're not going to have a break at all before the top 4. I think they should be starting any moment now. So you can tell me, which one do you want to watch? Do you want to see Bronas versus Teramiare, or you want to see Abraham versus Mugiwara? Both tables have players that we haven't seen so far, so you can just pick whichever one you want to see. Lunalight either way. Wait, is there also a Lunalight on table 1? I was about to say, I think I prefer table 1 because we just spectated Abraham. Well, okay, we can go table 1 either way, because I think table 1 we've spectated neither of these today so far. So yeah, let's go and jump into table 1. Both me and Luca lost to Luna. It's a powerful deck. I mean, it's a force to be reckoned with. Yeah. I mean, especially when the meta, like, Lunalight is a deck that I feel like was underrated in Master Duel because of its bad Malice matchup. And with Malice is not gone. I don't want to speak too soon. But Malice is less popular now, and that really helps Lunalight. Lunalight can be pretty strong against Draco Tail and Yummy. So yeah. Bronas summoning Ice Ryziel, summoning X Ryziel out of the deck. Let's find out if this is Onomat or Mitsu or whatever. Fiendsmith Ryziel. All right, that's a classic. Grabbing Fiendsmith Tract. Activate Fiendsmith Tract. Okay, this duo drive is summon number 4. I guess the reasoning for using Engraver and Tract is to check for Droll. And now we link the Lurry off into Requiem. And if we get nipped now before we make Caesar, then I guess it's whatever. We have 6 cards in hand and can keep playing. Special Lacrima. And Fiendsmith, in theory, depending on the extra deck package, is able to out Liger Dancer, right? Because you can make a big Desiree that punches over it. Or knowing Bronas, there could even be some Rex Tremende stuff going on here. And we do play Fiendsmith in Paradise. Oh yeah, Dugara is also... Ryziel in general, Ryziel and Fiendsmith are 2 engines that are relatively good against Lunalight. So this is looking like a much better matchup for Bronas than it was for Herman with the Draco Tail deck. So we're equipping Engraver with the Requiem because we go for Necroquip. No Caesar. I guess it's fair to make the call that if they didn't Caesar until now, if they didn't nib until now, they don't have nib. Also, Lunalight probably doesn't play it. Fiendsmith Sequence combines Requiem and Lacrima into, there it is, Rex Tremende. And now we can make Agnum Day. Agnum Day brings back Engraver, you make Caesar, and then on the opponent's turn, you can Lacrima, bring back Agnum Day, that brings back Rex Tremende. And Rex Tremende is a problem, and we also have Paradise back in hand. And Rex Tremende is a problem for Lunalight because that's a bigger monster than Liger, and it's unaffected by it, so you can't destroy it with the effect. That's already a problem. Luna probably plays Nib and searches it with Granite. Oh yeah, they might play 1 actually, that's a good point. Okay, we're bringing the Rex Tremende back immediately. We're not even bothering with Caesar, I guess. Yeah, that thing has 6,000 damage and is unaffected while it's equipped. So, have fun with that, Liger. You can pop the equips. How does Lunalight easily get rid of 2 equip spells? How do you pop spell traps in Lunalight? I mean, you can SP Little Knight one of them, sure. But... Tiger King? Tiger King doesn't do that. But okay, what if you SP Little Knight the Agnum Day, it loses the attack points, right? If you SP the Agnum Day, it goes back to 3,000. And then you could attack it. Right? So it's not impossible for Luna if they go through. The bigger problem that we have to talk about is not how do you out Rex Tremende, but also how do you out Rex Tremende through the other things that are going to be here. Because there's going to be a lot more than just Agnum Day, Rex Tremende on this end board. There's gonna be a detonator with a lot of materials and a cross up, and detonator is really good against Lunalite, popping Tenki, Tiger, Wolf, Masquerade. It's really hard to get things going through detonator, and that thing has 4 materials. Set 2 and pass. Okay, it's definitely a board. And Paradise can be fired at any point as well, yeah. Alright, I guess we're carefully considering our options. How can we play into this board if we can play into it at all? Activate Duster? Activate Duster would be a pretty good start. Because that would get rid of Paradise, Cross, the other face down, and also the equips on the Rex Tremende. The problem, I guess, is also like outing Rex Tremende once isn't even good enough, right? Because it can come back. Unless you banish the Agnum Day, which even if you banish the Agnum Day, they have ways to get that back. But like, if you out the Rex Tremende here, you can just go Lacrima, bring back Agnum Day, bring back Rex Tremende. It has great recovery. And now we wait. I mean, I guess it means they have options. Otherwise, if you had one play or no plays or no chance, then you would probably just pass or concede. Okay, we have heavy polymerization. That's a start, I guess. That's gonna summon Liger Dancer if you want. We chain Maxi to it casually, of course. Chain Droplet. Okay. Droplet for 1. Well, we cannot negate the Rex Tremende, but we can get rid of the Detonator, I suppose. All right, that's negated now. That's 4 pops gone. That's a good start. Now, we still have Cross to negate. And we still have to find a way to deal with this Rex Tremende. The problem is if you take too much damage from this heavy poly, you just lose to Lacrima Burn. Right? Either over 1 turn or 2 turns, you can just lose to Lacrima Burn. Which is also tough. Yeah, okay. That's 3 from the extra deck, taking 7,500 damage. Which means we're down to 500, which means we are gone from 1 Lacrima Burn. That's not gonna be pretty. Draw 1 from Necroquip. Send the Lunalite from deck to from extra deck to the grave. Yeah, we have to somehow do this without walking into Lacrima Burn. All right, Detonator outed, which means the Cross also is outed. For now. Maybe we have an Ash for the Paradise when it tries to send the Lacrima or something. First, we have to deal with this Rex Tremende. And the Paradise as well, on-field effect is pretty strong. Masquerade, send Silverhound. Gets ashed. It is kind of funny to see Lunalight stare down a bigger towers. It's kind of poetic, isn't it? To see a Liger Dancer stare down a 6,000 attack unaffected monster. Normal summon Kaleido Chick. Activate Called by the Grave on Kaleido Chick. Can still send for cost though. It doesn't really do that much. Send Yellow Marten for cost. Okay. And now we can Yellow Marten, try to add back Masquerade. We chain Paradise. Now this will send Agnum Day and Sequence to the graveyard here as well. So for the moment, for the time being, this Rex Tremende is smaller than the Liger Dancer. But it can come back. Alright, 800 damage. And now Rex Tremende is going to add back. Fiendsmith Tract. We activate Lacrima onto Agnum Day. And now Agnum Day just brings back the Rex Tremende. And then we're back where we started. Hello. It's a little smaller now. Just a little smaller. Wait, we're attacking it? Okay. We accept that we have been outsmarted in the War of Towers. All right. Well, that's a first win for Fiendsmith Ryziel, I suppose. That looks like a tough matchup for Lunalight. Maybe it's better when they go first. Maybe it's better when they get to go first. We'll see. Okay. And this time it's Lunalight's time to start. So let's see how this goes. Normal summon Gold Leo. Well, that's already enough if there's no interruptions. Adding Silverhound. And discarding Silverhound. Gonna try to summon one from the deck. Now, we do see a response window, but no response yet. So, no Molcharmy, no Max C. I also think Ash Blossom would have probably been used on this. So, a potential response could be like a Bestial. Gonna attempt to add this Black Sheep back to hand with the Gold Leo, and we are gonna succeed. Gonna follow things up, likely with the Poly, I was gonna say, but then there's Masquerade. Okay. We're sending Tiger from deck to grave with Masquerade. With Kaleido Chick, because we're trying to add it back with Poly. Because Kaleido... Black Sheep, when you use it as fusion material, can add one back from grave. So that's probably how we're gonna try to get access to Tiger. This absolutely summons two Liger Dancers. Probably even through a Bestial, if that's what Bronas has. This should be double Liger Dancer no matter what. And likely also whatever else you want to do. Like you can summon SP Little Knight on top, you can summon Gallant Granite to search Nibiru if you play that. You can go Dugaris, draw 2, discard 1 to try to find non-engine. There's a lot of ways you can play this, but this should be double Liger no matter what. Ryziel is not bad into Liger, so it could be playable. Absolutely could be. But it's usually not just Liger, right? It's usually 2 Liger, SP, Nibiru in hand. And at that point, that might be a problem, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. Using Perfume Dancer to bounce back Masquerade to the hand, activate Poly. Chain Bestial Baldrake on the Leo Dancer, so it is a Bestial in fact, and we chain Nibiru as well. Okay, we hit him with the 1-2 punch, Nibiru Baldrake combination, entire board is gone, and we banish the Leo Dancer. So now, no Liger Dancer possible with this one because we have no Leo Dancer. We still have to resolve the Poly though, and that's going to walk right into that Baldrake. That can activate now to banish. By tributing the Nibiru. That's like the perfect sequencing and turnout for Bronas here. So we're banishing 2 for another Perfume Dancer. Gonna re-add the Poly from the grave, and the Baldrake is just gonna banish that Perfume Dancer. Okay, that was a massive interaction here, because that also basically uses up the one time for Teremiare to use material from the graveyard with polymerization this turn. I still think we can make Liger Dancer happen because Perfume can search Wolf. And we have Tiger already. So this is definitely at least still 1 Liger Dancer. But 1 is easier. 1 is a lot easier to deal with than 2. Martin, bounce back the Tiger in the scale. Make Gallant Granite. Okay, Gallant Granite can grab Nibiru, which is a pretty solid way to interrupt the Fiendsmith half of the deck. I would say that's a pretty good backup to have. We're making Cross Sheep, making use of the Nibiru token as well. We're using Tiger another time. This is probably going to bring back the Kaleido chick. We have 2 Perfumes in the graveyard, which is not once per turn to search, so we can still do a bunch of things with that. Oh no, we're bringing back Perfume Dancer. And that brings back Kaleido, so that way it's not negated right now. That's smart. This sends another Leo Dancer. And now this is actually called Leo Dancer because it's not negated. We're discarding the Masquerade to grab Black Sheep. We're activating Polymerization. Yeah, this is double Liger still. We're gonna make 1 Liger with this Poly by using 4 monsters. And then we're going to use Black Sheep to add a monster back to the hand. Then we're going to use the second Perfume to search the Wolf. And then the wolf is going to make another Liger by using material from the graveyard. Yeah. It's a very strong board considering how strong that Nibiru Baldrake combination looked when it hit. Being able to still do double Liger here is really impressive. Very well played. And Nibiru in hand, by the way. We do have the backup Nibiru in hand, which is going to make it a lot harder to resolve the Fiendsmith half of the deck. We do not... Oh, we do have a Silverhound Spell Trap Negate as well. That's tough. That's tough. That's quite something. I mean, even if you have a strong hand like last time, even something like Ice Ryziel plus Engraver or something, which is like perfect, is still not gonna be easy here because, you know, you just like, you start playing, you get Ligered. You extend, you get Nibiru'd. If you extend even further, you get Ligered another time. Like, how are you building a board? All right, well, I guess we'll find out. Activate Called by the Grave is going to take out the Silverhound, I guess. That's neat. We're going to negate it. Just so that Silverhound is live on the next turn, because otherwise, why not? That's going to make Talents live, I guess, is a small consideration. Battle phase. Try to attack Cross Sheep. Lets it happen. Activate Bonfire. All right. I see you. Bonfire called by Baldrake Nibiru. Normal summon Ice Ryziel. Special summon Sword. Now the question is, do we play Light Dragon Adignister? Oh, searching another ice, maybe indicating X'd in hand already. Yeah, you can just Nibiru the Light Dragon Adignister, I guess. There's Moon of the Closed Heaven. So we are allowing access to the Fiendsmith engine. Not sure if I like that. Lacrima. Send Engraver. Makes Duo Drive. We're letting the search go through as well. No, we don't. We actually do it now. Okay, fair enough. Sending Saber Dancer to destroy the Duo Drive. That's one Liger Dancer used up. Normal summon is gone. We know one ice is in hand. And honestly, X Ryziel is also very likely in hand because we searched for the ice instead of X. But of course, both ice or X would lock you into rank 4s. So even if you can bring back Engraver from the graveyard still, you would not be able to go into any Fiendsmith plays anymore. And I mean, if you keep going here, you just get Nibiru'd. Here's Fiendsmith Tract. Or Santa Claus. Discarding Ice Ryziel. Tribute the Liger Dancer that has not used its effect yet. So, Merry Christmas. Send Aggregator for X, last card in hand. Now we're... Yeah, but you still lose to the Nibiru, no? Nibiru ends the turn, and then you have Liger on field still with Tiger and Wolf face up. It looks fun, and it looks like they're close to doing it, but it's not quite enough, I don't think. I have no idea why we're allowing a detonator here, because that's just gonna pop one of the scales. Doesn't matter though in the grand scheme of things. We can still use Engraver to revive, but you're locked into rank force. Engraver does nothing. We don't even nib. Wait, we don't nib? Why did we not nib? Now you have to deal with a detonator. Nib gives him back Santa. So, Nib is game next turn. If you nib this detonator, the opponent literally passes on nothing. And you just attack with Nib and 2 Liger Dancer attacks. It was immediately game, and now you have to like deal with this detonator somehow. Alright, Kaleido Chick sends Silverhound, which cannot activate because it's sent for cost, but it's still the spell trap negation online now. Just in case we see like Paradise hit the grave. We're boosting our Liger Dancer by 3,000. That's a big boy. This is not game. Is it? You attack detonator, it protects itself. Then you use the effect. Destroy it, then you attack again. No, it works. Normal summon max C. That's crazy. Okay, attack with Liger. They protect. You activate Liger effect. They chain detonator, pop one of your monsters. Right? But then the detonator is dead. And then you can attack with the Liger again for 6,800. And then whichever one is left can attack directly. Which means they have to use Lacrima in the grave to throw the Requiem in the way. Which will make it barely not game. Oh, we didn't use the effect. It's confusing to me. This game is so much more complicated now than it had to be. If we just nibbed the detonator, it was game guaranteed. We don't have to talk about anything like, oh, they didn't want the Santa Claus to go back into rotation or anything. If you summon the Nibiru there, the game ends on the spot. And now we're here. I get it's still winning. It's still probably game. Oh God. It's still guaranteed game if you just don't do anything about this Lubellion, I think. If you just don't do anything, let him get regained, I'm pretty sure it's just game. Because if they bring back Engraver, you use it. And then it's the turn end. You can also destroy this, I guess, because one Engraver also won't do anything, realistically. Because you can Engraver, shuffle back Requiem, make Requiem summon another Engraver from deck, but it doesn't. You don't get to two bodies here. You just summon the Engraver to block an attack. And in the end phase, you're gonna get back Lacrima as well. But yeah, it's. We get a Bestial here. This game ended, or should have ended, like 10 minutes ago. Somehow we're out here grinding. Against Fiendsmith, by the way. And there's 11 minutes left, so, like, if we lose in time to Lacrima Burn, this is absolutely our own fault. Chain SP, banish Kaleido Chick, banish Engraver, no effects in the battle phase, go to battle phase. Come on, gamers, please. Yeah, summon your Druid's Worm. Did no Yummy make top 4? Nope, no Yummy in top 4. But there's 2 Lunalights all of a sudden. Why is the SP attacking? Please tell me you have a fusion monster left for Liger Dancer. You don't have a fusion monster left for Liger Dancer. I swear if you lose this. There's no way. There's no way. I think they do. I think they genuinely do. I think that might be it. If oh my god. If Bronaz plays 2-track, they can actually search Santa Claus again this turn if they want to do that. A good droplet for sure. Important droplet. That could really bail them out. Baldrake. Dude, they have 6.5 minutes left. You have got to be kidding me. This game was guaranteed over 15 minutes ago. What is this? 4 summons? There's the next summon just gets nibbed. But you also can't pass like this, because if you pass, Liger over sequence is exactly 26. Just activate your Nibiru for the love of God. Thank you. That's game. Just attack both. Yeah, this game absolutely had to go this long. There was no way for it to finish any sooner, guys. this was there was no way to prevent this, actually. It was a fun to watch game, though. It had me on the edge of my seat, because I think without that droplet, genuinely, you find a way to actually lose that one. All right, well, one more game, and now you, because this game took so much longer than it needed to, you have the pleasure to go second against a Fiendsmith deck for 4 minutes now. Awesome, isn't it? Isn't that great? All right, we kick things off with the Bestial Lubellion for Bestial Magnamut. And access to the Fiendsmith cards. Let's go. Anyone want to bet what the life points total at the end of this game are going to be? Anyone trying to bet 8,000 to 6,800? If only we had 15 more minutes. Looks like Lunalight just has nothing to interrupt any of this, which, yeah, it's gonna be a smooth Fiendsmith win. What can I say? Yeah. It's gonna be a timer win, most likely, but can't really complain about that one. I'm gonna be honest with you. Lacrimites the field, now we can't prevent the burn anymore, and that's probably just GG. At this point, there's 2 minutes. But you really cannot complain about that one. Ah, what's that? Minus 1,200. Well, Izar, Baldrake, draw for regained. This is a beatable board, by the way, for Lunalight. It's not easy, but it's definitely a winnable situation if there was more time. But I guess I've said it enough now that we could have had more time. It's whatever. I'll leave it be. It's just gonna be, I think, all things considered, a deserved win for Bronas here. Because, well, you know why. It's not easy, by the way, for Lunalight to break this. Caesar is very good, and Bestials are also very good against Lunalight. Normal summon Gold Leo. Timer is at 10 seconds now. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm on the round. I'm on the round. One player's got 6,800 life points. The other's got 8,000. Who could have seen that coming? Hey, you can take more. You can take more with heavy poly now. They're just showcasing their hand, by the way. They had droplet, heavy poly. They could have easily won this game. They could have easily won this game if they had a little bit more time, but that is how it is. Hey, there's Liger. I think they're just showcasing what they could have done. I'm not sure why else they are still playing. I have no idea. But like the game is over unless I'm massively misremembering the time rules of Challenger Cups. I think it ends when time is called. It's over, yeah. Then, what? May I suggest we move on to the finals, guys? It's 11 p.m. and I have to get up at like 6:30 or 7 tomorrow for my regional, so we get it. You got Bistials. Yes, you got hella Bistials. Enneacraft reveals at the end? Yes, we can take a look at the Enneacraft after. I DM'd him to scoop. You can just leave. You don't have to wait. It doesn't matter what it says at the end of the screen. You won. We all saw it. You can. So, no, but I don't want to. I'm winning this game. I'm not pressing surrender. Wait, the other one is still going? What do you mean? It's the same thing. We've been here literally. Okay, so what we've tuned into here is actually a very intense moment, I suppose, because Lunalight has gone first. They got Fuvad. They're currently comboing. Both players have 8,000 life points. Which means that if maybe you can't out a Liger Dancer, but if you can do some damage, you might still be fine. So I guess we'll see. First damage wins. Doesn't matter if you can out a Liger Dancer or not, if you can somehow do some damage. Nibiru, okay. I guess we can give them the token in attack mode. That's 2,000. Wait, that might be game. That might be a way to do it. Just give him a token with 2,000 attack in attack mode. Dude, if they win, because they just attacked the Nibiru token. Oh, come on, man. I think, yeah, I think that's how it's gonna go. Oh. Both of the Luna Light players just get eliminated in time, even though they have Liger on the board. Oh, there's something so funny about that. Oh. I'm sorry, Luna Light Duelist, but that's funny. Oh, man. How can Draco Tail attack, though? They can keep the Raigeki until the battle phase? Okay, there's multiple ways. You can tribute summon Urgila or Pan, because Liger Dancer only destroys special summoned monsters. Or you can put Arthalion in the graveyard, and then when they Raigeki your multiple monsters, Arthalion comes back. So it's very easy. The only way you can mess this up is if you just go battle phase with just special summoned monsters without a Draco Tail fusion in the graveyard, which would be insane if you did that. Oh, you know what? I would have preferred Tribute Summon Magnemute. That would have had more aura. Tribute Summon Magnemute would have been cooler. Can't change my mind. All right. Please tribute summon. No! A link summon! Okay, now you're showing off. How does Draco Tail even win this? Because we are 10 minutes in overtime. First damage wins. All they have to do is tap this Nibiru token. With something that's... yeah. Okay. Stop showing off, please. I have regionals tomorrow. I have to get up at 7 a.m. and there's a finals after this. Please don't make a 4 material Arthalion. I hope you time out. Watch him pop the token with Pan. I want to win this hard mode. Okay, with Magnamoot, you have another way to win, actually, because you can summon Magna after your stuff gets wiped. So you can just... It's safe to go battle. Thank you. All right. Watch them play this out after the damage is dealt. Okay. All right. All right. Oh well. Oh well. So we lose both Lunalights players in top 4, both due to overtime. It is what it is. GG's. We're going to the finals. And our finals is after the first the first Challenger Cup after Yummy release. Our finals is, that's right, Beansmith Ryziel against Dracotail. like everyone expected. Yeah, Yummy really hasn't done that much today. I mean, there was a few people playing it. We spectated it a couple of times, but it just kind of got cooked. I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens from here on out with Yummy. I do still believe in it though. I think it's a good deck, but it's not like the best deck by far or anything like that. It's a strong deck though. Give players some time to adapt to the metagame. It needs to be developed, but I think Yummy is still strong. Well, it's not broken, no. It's not a broken deck. It's a good deck though. Yeah, Obedience Schooled. I think it's weird that we don't have Obedience Schooled. I always thought like the pure Yummy deck was the most fun version of the deck, and it's the only one that plays that card. So what you're left with is now like a weaker version of pure Yummy, which is still fine. But realistically, honestly, I think the strongest version we saw today was the Mitsurugi Yummy. I think that's the one that got the furthest. I think there was one in top 8. Yeah, I think it was in top 8, the Mitsurugi Yummy. All right, you guys, in order to play the finals, you will have to agree on a table to sit on. You can't go, doesn't work like that. You're gonna have to meet at one of the tables. He is resetting his router, he said. Awesome. Love that. What are you gonna bring to locals? To regionals, you mean? I'm playing 2 regionals this weekend. Tomorrow I'm playing Draco Tail, and then for Sunday, if I like my deck tomorrow, I'll just play Draco Tail again. But yeah, I don't know. I've always liked Draco Tail, but after playing it so much in Master Duel, I've really fallen in love with it. So I realized I haven't played it at many tournaments in the TCG. Like at YCS Lille, I played Yummy. At YCS Bologna, I played Vanquish Soul. So I wanna play more Draco Tail. I'm playing Cartesia, no branded fusion. What's your impression on the new Enneacrafts? I haven't read them yet. We're gonna take a look at them after the finals. Beware, Josh. TCG has K9s. I know. K9 Vanquish Soul is going to be a tough matchup for me. But that's okay. I just want to play Draco Tail. Because I enjoy it. Alright, Grand Finals time. Let's see who takes it. Bronas or Mugiwara. We've got Teensmith Ryziel versus Draco Tail. And it's Draco Tail going first. Kicking things off with Draco Tail Phimena. Gets met with Molcharmi Fuwalos. No response. Refusing Urgula and our own Fuwa. Not ideal because there's only one Draco Tail name there. That is going to hurt. Summons our Thalion, targets 2 to add back, and we're only going to get 1 set out of this Urgula. Really not ideal. It's why I'm preaching a high Draco Tail monster count. With like multiple Pan and triple Urgula. I've really been liking that. Because I really want to fuse with 2 Draco Tails whenever I can. We're searching Draco Tail Flame, Phimena, and Urgula back to hand. And honestly, this could be it. This could be the end of the turn. Yeah, there it is. No further commitment under the Molcharmi. We pass it over. I guess one good thing for the Draco Tail deck here is that Bronas is playing a lot of Bystials, and those are not that good against Draco Tail. They're not terrible either. Starting with Ice, Ryziel is strong though. Max C is one way to answer it though. Is there an Ash Blossom? Of course there is. And that hurts a lot. Ryziel's pushes are so hard to stop with Draco Tail. His flame is basically non-existent. Making Ryziel Detonator, that already checks the flame, right? You can just activate a spell, they flame, you detonator your own spell, and there you go. Wait, is that an end of main phase? Okay, interesting. Battle phase already. I was expecting maybe more, but okay, we're taking it slow. Cracked in main phase 2. I'm not sure why we have to get rid of that Arthalion before doing this, because this is also gonna enable another Mulcharmy if they have it. If they have a Fuba now, they can use it because we cleared the Arthalion. That's kind of risky. Maybe trying to bait Femena, yeah, but it wasn't a strong bait, I feel like. It was very unlikely to work, I think. Okay, they're thinking about something. Could be thinking about firing the Femena now, or could be thinking about a Mulcharmy, honestly. That's one way back into the game, I think, is a Fuwalos here. I guess if you Fuva in open game state here, you might get no draws from it, which would leave you with a very limited amount of options. So maybe best to wait for Requiem to hit the field to get at least one draw out of it. But I guess we'll have to wait and see. All right, we make Requiem. Requiem effect, and here comes the no Fuwa. Okay, unfortunate. I mean, we know there's a Femena. We know there's a Femena and an Urgula, so it could always be the Femena, right? That they're just thinking about the perfect moment to Femena. Yeah, Necroquip would draw a card from Femena, and whatever it is that they have, once this Engraver hits the board, they have to use it. Because otherwise, Caesar will negate both Femena and Nibiru. So no matter what you have to fire it now. It is Nibiru, the primal being. The problem is that now we cannot Femena anymore. Because we simply do not have enough cards. It's not a bad Nibiru, but I don't know if it can win the game. Oh, wait, no, Arthalion comes back. Arthalion comes back, so we can use Femena to fuse Arthalion with Urgula. That does work. We're summoning Baldrake here. Maybe we're trying to tribute the Nibiru token to banish the Arthalion? That's gonna force the Femena now, I guess. Yep. Gonna force the Femena immediately. So we fuse Arthalion with Urgula. Okay, so what do we have left? We have a sword. We know Sword Ryziel in hand, right? That's it. We know Sword. The other two, I think, are unknown. So Sword can search another ice. Special Ice, make Duo Drive, go from there. All right, I think at this point, since we're in main phase 2, it's probably best for Draco Tail to just play for follow-up somehow and hope that the board that gets made by the Rise Heal cards isn't too bad. Like, just set a Ketu for follow-up, add back Maxi or Phimena or Urgula or something. And hope you get out of this turn relative, because you can't really disrupt anything, right? You just have to make you just have to get as many cards as possible and hope that it's enough. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like returning the Baldrake to hand. I don't see what that does. It's main phase 2. The Baldrake gets resummoned next turn. I think adding a card back for follow-up is more important. Like a Maxi for follow-up, I think is more important. Here's the Thord. That grabs Ice. Send Meowls to summon Ice. Probably make Duo Drive. Duo Drive can grab Node. I'm not sure. Have we seen Bronas play Ryzeal Cross? Probably plays it, right? But there's so many, like, engines in this deck. Maybe it's just Ryzeals for the sake of Ryzeals? Yes, with Rex. Oh, yeah, it was there, right? Okay. I guess what we haven't seen is Star Ryzeal, I think. But Node plus Cross is pretty good here. I think there's no Star. That's fair enough. Okay. Draw one from Cross. Special Node. That's gonna give us Detonator because we recycled it with Cross. It's a strong setup, but once again, I have no idea why we didn't add back Draco Tail monster or Maxi with the Arthalion. I don't know what the point was of adding a Baldrake to the opponent's hand from the field. I don't know what the Baldrake was threatening. Maybe I'm missing something? But I feel like one extra card in hand for Draco Tail here could make a huge difference. Because you can't start with Urgula target Phimena. You lose the Ketu if you do that. You have to start with Ketu. Had Engraver summoned itself back? I'm pretty sure, yes. Yeah. That's what forced the Nibiru, is the Fiendsmith engine. Okay, pops Arthalion with Ketu, which means that if we didn't draw a monster, we can't fuse with it. But since we're going for Urgula, it seems like we drew a monster. If it's a Draco Tail, that's really good. It's Pan. Oh, it's Pan. Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, no, Draco Tail is fine. They got bailed by that draw. That's a good draw. Why Urgula? Because we want to force the cross, I guess. Arthalion Chainlink 1 target detonator is... that needed to be a later Chainlink. Guys, it's late, okay? It's late. Okay, Urgula Chainlink 4 is is wild, because now you just negate the Urgula with Cross and you keep Cross, which is the one card you have to out. The one card that has to resolve on this chain is Urgula. We can still get rid of the Cross later maybe, but like... it should have been the Pan on the higher chain link, because Pan there would have also forced the Cross negation, because otherwise you pop the Duo Drive and there's no more material. But okay, it is what it is. Pan, because Arthalion was popped, is going to summon back a monster. Lacrima brings back Requiem now, I guess, to get access to Paradise. There's still a Baldrake in hand, yes, which is going to make it harder to go for a game. If the Baldrake was on the field, I'm just saying hypothetically, in a world where if there was a way to keep the Baldrake on the field, I know that's not a world we live in, but if we ever had the option to keep it on the field, we could have popped it with Pan. Unfortunately, there's just no way around all of this. Were we maybe afraid of Chaos Angel? There was no way to make Chaos Angel without, like, you cannot, there was no way to summon a level 4 light monster without locking from Ryzeals last turn. There was no way. Because we had normal summoned, we had used Requiem, we had used every Fiendsmith thing. Like, we could have still activated Fiendsmith Tract, but even if you summon Lurie, there was no way to make Requiem. Like, there was no way to summon a level 4. We're not even going to get rid of the Cross, and it's not going to be a game, I don't think. This is winnable for Fiendsmith Ryzeal. Because we let him keep Cross. And now we're also not getting Flame. Oh, Flame's in the graveyard. I mean, if you don't even have to send one of the monsters here with Desiree. You can even get rid of a trap card. This is literally one interrupt from Dracotail. Just Horn. There's just Horn. We can still normal summon Lucius because we haven't normaled. Is that game? Have we used Phimena's effect? No. Is Phimena into Secretarion? Phimena into Secretarion is game if there's no Nib in hand. If there's Nib in hand, the game is over. There's Nib. Oh my god. You jinxed him. Don't pretend like this is my fault, okay? I told you at multiple points throughout this game how we could have played this a million times safer. This was a guaranteed win in less than 5 summons. Even if you don't finish the game this turn, we could have popped the Cross. We could have left the Baldrake on board to pop it with Pan. We could have given the opponent no way back into this game. forever. We would have had all 3 Draco Tail traps, full board, full setup and everything. Instead, this is what happened. Don't blame me. All right, but yes, the game is now lost. Token doesn't matter. Token gets sent by engraver. Incredible game, honestly. The thing is, like, none of the things that happened were like huge blunders, right? It's this game really is a lesson of a lot of small things piling up into one huge issue. And then also, of course, Bronaz did have the cards to punish all of this, right? Without the nib, it wouldn't have mattered. Like, mistakes, sometimes they get punished and sometimes they don't get punished. In this game, there was a lot of small inaccuracies, and at the end of the day, it led to whatever this was. But I think there's genuinely a lot to take away from this game, from the Draco Tail perspective. Like, this is something you could take a look at this game 1 and you'll find a lot of small things. Like, for example, looking at the chain link of after the Ketu, how you outplay that Ryzeal cross so that your Urgula can pop it and stuff like that. Yeah. Was way too optimistic with battle phase. The battle phase was crazy too. I have no idea what that was for. And yeah, there's so many small things, right? The Arthalion bouncing back the Baldrake, which honestly, the Baldrake was stronger in hand than on the field. Like, that improved the quality of the Baldrake, because instead of being out on the field exposed to removal, it was back in hand, ready to be summoned whenever you need it. Like, that made instead of adding a card to your own hand, we increased the quality of our opponent's card, and we lost our own card in the process. I don't understand the pop cross. Okay, so the problem with that chain link was that Urgula was chain link 4, which meant that cross could just negate it. Which, if you chain link it properly, you can make it so the cross has to negate before it's Urgula's turn to resolve. Because the detonator had 1 material and the duo drive had 1 material, I believe. So what you can do is you can, for example, you can go chainlink 1 Urgula, chainlink 2 Pan, chainlink 3 Arthalion, so that Arthalion attempts to bounce one of the exceeds, and then if they cross negate that, then the Urgula pops the cross. If they don't negate the Arthalion bounce, then the detonator is gone, and then Pan tries to pop the duo drive, which you also have to negate with cross, otherwise you have no more Ryzeal exceed, right? So no matter how you do this, you cannot save cross for Urgula. which is the most important thing. The cross surviving that turn was the most important factor in that game, because that's basically the only thing that Ryziel has these days to create any sort of grind game is cross. Okay, and now game 2 we pass on Ashe to Rahu. Okay, nice. Normal summon sword. Not the best starter, I guess. If okay, we have track. I mean, yeah, if this is uninterrupted, then this is just game. Of course, it's likely that we have some interruption here. I would hope so. We're locking ourselves into 4s by summoning X tier. We actually don't care about in further linking, I guess. I guess your task as Bronas here is trying to find a way to threaten game or force the Nibiru in a way where you can still keep going after. But at the same time, I feel like locking ourselves into 4s so early was kind of like the opposite of this. Because wouldn't it have been way easier to just threaten Caesar? There it is. That's a nib toggle, I think. And you have to nib this, otherwise you lose to Lacrima at some point, I think. Like when this tries to go battle phase, you have to nib. I guess you could risk it. I guess you could take 7500 and just hope that they never resolve Lacrima, but no. And there's the nib. Didn't have a play after the Rahu got ashed, but did have the Nibiru ready to go. I feel like we could have forced this Nibiru more efficiently, but besides the point. End phase. Okay, we definitely, with sword plus fract, we could have definitely forced this Nibiru more efficiently. Ooh, top deck 5 mana. Or top deck a Draco Tail. We don't know what it is. Chain Requiem. Chain Ash. Alright. Good. And another Nibiru. Okay, that's looking good for Draco Tail, honestly. Hand is perfect. That means the token is no problem. We can just add back 5 mana, set Rahu, and that's game. If there's no Ash on the Rahu or a Bestial in the battle phase. Guys, it's almost midnight. I'm also tired. I wouldn't be playing perfect here either. Just because I'm commenting and pointing out the things they could have done better doesn't mean that if I was playing myself, I would have seen all of it. It's always easier when you're watching. Okay, setting Ketu. Setting Ketu is worse than Rahu, I think, because that doesn't... it doesn't fuse. So... we just go battle phase now. Mululu would have been game. We could have normal summoned Mululu, activate Mululu to fuse. But... no, okay. SP is massive on Fiendsmith follow-up. Especially if Requiem is a one-of, which it usually is these days. They could be playing two. Maybe it's safer to just take out the Engraver. Which is good. Alright, pass turn. Ryziel significantly weaker when Sword and X are in the graveyard, so that's a problem. Problem number one, basically, for Ryziel here. And the hand is Ash, Phimena, Urgula, right? Which means if you Ash this Fuwa, you can't use Phimena. Start things off with Serenir in the main phase. Banish Nib. We're going to battle phase. We are so clearly... we want to get Phimena so badly here. We are begging to get Phimena because we want that draw from Uwa. Summons Node. Don't think there's a reason to do anything about this before they send for effect. Might as well check what they send, whether it's the Serenir or the card in hand. How's time looking? 13 minutes. This was normaled? This was normaled. I mean, they couldn't special it. There's no exceed. See, they sent the card from hand, summon Sword back. Honestly, this might be winnable. Depending on what Bronas does here. It might be winnable without giving them a Fuwa draw. If this is Duo Drive, though, you have to Phimena. You have to Phimena, but then it's like you make Arthalion and they get one draw. Yeah, they get one draw and you just go Arthalion, bounce the Duo Drive. And honestly, if they want to play it really safe, they can just add Nibiru back to their hand. Just in case they draw a way to extend. I think bounce Duo Drive and Nib is pretty safe. We have Ash. Yeah, but if you Ash Duo Drive, they can just go for Moon of the Closed Heaven if they play two Requiems. And you cannot Phimena anymore if you discard the Ash Blossom. And with Phimena and Urgula in hand, you can actually lose. That's crazy, but that's insane. That is nuts. Yeah, if Bronas plays two Requiems, he's just the best duelist to ever do it. should have added Ash. Maybe that was safer. Yeah. It's still, we are in main phase 2. There's 2 Arthalions and there's going to be a Ketu. So, yeah. But that was crazy. Magnamood out of all things as well, because that's going to add another Bestial in the end phase. If we go Moon and we have a second Requiem here, that's a crazy Destiny draw. That is the best draw in the deck. There's nothing close to that Magnamood. But it looks like it's just one Requiem. And with one Requiem, this should be game for Draco Tail. Gets Lubellion to grave, but can't access it this turn because of the Typhon restriction. And now there's a Bestial in hand, but like there's Urgula with Phimena in the graveyard and a Ketu face down. So this is probably just game for Draco Tail, but of course it is in Bronas's best interest to play this out because playing a Fiendsmith deck, and the timer just hit 10 minutes. So Draco Tail just has to do it as fast as possible here, basically. But Ketu, add Pan, make Gulamel, like does it really quickly, or should do it really quickly. You just have to summon 3 monsters. You have to make sure that you win through the Druid Worm. But Bronas is on 2,000 life points. It shouldn't be that big of a deal. Summon Gulamel, get Rahu, then use Rahu to make Arthalion. Like that's just... Or Secretarion. That also works. Could be Lucius from deck into Gulamel. No, Urgula. Okay. Chaining the Druid Worm here is massive because it chain blocks Gulamel. And because we didn't send... We should have sent Lucius here with the Rahu. Because now we don't have a way to trigger the Gulamel anymore. Which means this is actually... Is it game? We have 4 attacks? Yeah, it's game. It's fine. Secretarion revive a big monster and then turn Arthalion to attack is going to end this second game. Already going to update the score so I don't forget. That is a very intense game 2, going in favor of Draco Tail here. Because no matter what the Druid Worm sends, this is going to be enough attacks to end the duel. And that's going to bring us to a game 3. And for that game 3, we have 7 minutes left, which is not the most. Not the most. We might be seeing another Lacrima win, but let's see first. I mean, we'll see. All right, one last game for this Challenger Cup, and then don't forget, we're still gonna take a look at the Enneacraft cards after, real quick, before I leave you guys. All right, one last game, 6.5 minutes left, which is a little more than last time when we saw Fiendsmith win in time. Typically the combo doesn't take that long, so maybe Draco Tail will have a chance, or maybe they can prevent it. We'll see. Let's find out. Set tracked, activate tracked. We allow it. Add Lurie. Discard Lurie. There is Maxi. Uh-oh. There is Ash Blossom. All right, mini gamed. Let's continue. Requiem. Now, if we have an Ash Blossom, it's probably in our best interest to try and stop this Requiem because we don't want to get Fiendsmith comboed. We do have a Molcharmy, however. Okay, well, that's something. If you want to commit to the Lacrima burn, you have to give a decent amount of draws here. And honestly, if we commit into a Lacrima play, then maybe we can go for 5 mana, summon Arthalion, return the Lacrima to the extra deck, or something like that. So this might be more complicated than Bronas was hoping for. Requiem to the Lacrima. Engraver effect. Okay, we summon Necroquip here. We're committing into a Wave Hiking Caesar, which is very strong against Draco Tail, even when they have a lot of cards in hand. At the same time, this might mean that we cannot make... oh, Ice Ryzeal as well. That hand's crazy. It might mean that we cannot get to Lacrima here, depending on how things go. Another card drawn. Sword adds X. Maybe if we have... I was about to say, if we have a Light Fiend in hand, we could have gone Moon and then made Crack. Dual Drive. We are committing. Alright, we are committing into this. Duo Drive resolves. Valor plus Nip and it's GG. I don't think we've seen a single Valor from this Draco Tail list. There's a lot less Valor in general now that Yummy is in the game. Valor is not great against Yummy, so people are choosing to play more in the Birus and other things. And Bells. Special Node. Node send Duo Drive. Is it going to be Caesar Detonator Pass? Might be. I mean, this game very much is still basically down to first damage wins, and realistically, Lacrima on the opponent's turn, summon back Requiem, summon Lacrima from the deck, send Paradise, Paradise send Lacrima from the extra deck is 1200 damage. So maybe that's the win con here for Ryzeal, because I mean, opponent is on 9 cards, drawing to 10. So realistically, I think Draco Tail should be winning this if they have a way to push through the Caesar, but we'll find out. Okay, let's see. It's really hard to beat Paradise into Lacrima Burn. Because we cannot Ash the Lacrima or the Paradise because there is a cross. And right now there's 1.5 minutes left. Normal summon Cartesia. Bring back Lacrima immediately. Chain Cartesia. Because we're trying to do some of these things before the Paradise is engraved. Because we have to. So Cartesia gets negated by Caesar, which negates and destroys it. There's 40 seconds left right now. So the problem is now, Requiem is going to access Paradise. And now how do you play around Paradise? We have a Molcharmi Fualos, the third one, I think. Yep, the third Fua. And there's Paradise. And now it's time on the round. Exactly in this moment. So, first damage wins the tournament. But there's a Fiendsmith in Paradise in the graveyard. How are we gonna do that? We're fusing 3 Draco Tails for Arthalion. But right now, I don't see how we prevent Paradise. There's no way around it here. There's no way. The only way to out Paradise is Ash. But Ash gets negated by Cross. We bounce all the Light Fiend. Oh, wait a second. Wait, he didn't do that. Wait, no, that actually does work. That would have worked. Well, we just didn't do that. Yeah, you have to get rid of the other fiends. Wait, that does work. The detonator can pop Lacrima though, right? Wait, no, but then we're not triggering Paradise then. You cannot trigger Paradise and use detonator. That doesn't... Oh god, to be fair, I'm not blaming them for that one because I also didn't see that. Watch this Skullmeister. Nope. No Skullmeister. Well, well, well. You know, it is an anticlimactic finish to this game, but I do think it is overall still it was a very good finals in terms of what you can learn from it. Both game 1 and game 2 were very interesting games, and realistically can't even complain about this because game 1 was 100% winnable for Draco Tail. They lost game 1. Let's be real, they kind of lost game 1 to themselves. And that, you know, could have changed things entirely if they won that game. Because they won game 2. And sometimes that's that comes back to bite you. Sometimes you lose game 1 because of some honestly small inaccuracies overall, but then game 3 you lose in time. It happens. The thing, sometimes you gotta be focused in all the games. All right, well, gamers, it was a very exciting Challenger Cup. I think we had a lot of back and forth, a lot of exciting stuff. GG's, Bronas. Well played, well played. All right. That's not going to be quite it for the stream. We're still going to take a look at the new Enneacrafts. I'm just going to go really quickly to the end of Challenger Cup screen thingy, and then I'll be right back with the new cards. But for now, thank you everyone who played in the Challenger Cup. If you want to stick around for the Enneacraft cards, then be my guest. If not, then I'll see you all next week. Thank you for tuning into another Challenger Cup. And thank you to Konami for sponsoring the Challenger Cups as always. If you want to join future Challenger Cups, you can go !Challenger Cup and join the Discord server. All right. I'll see you guys in like 10 seconds for the new cards. Okay. Let me quickly set this up. Hold up. Oh. There it is. That's the right window. Okay. Ooh, look, the sub sounds are back. Let's go. Milan Haki, thank you for the 17 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you. All right, it is late. It is after midnight for me. But I do want to take a look at this real quick. And I do have to get up early tomorrow for the regionals I'm going to. I'm playing 2 regionals this weekend, on Saturday and on Sunday. So let's get this over with so I can get to bed. We do have new Enneacraft support in Blazing Dominion. Of course, we've already seen the new Hecka Hands. And now it is time for the new Enneacraft. And then soon, hopefully, we will see the new Cool Tunes as well. I'm excited for Enneacraft support. I like this deck. I think it's a cool playstyle that unfortunately doesn't really, you know, get to shine at the moment. It has a lot of problems. It's very slow. It's very weak to Droll Lockbird. So let's see if any of this can change any of those problems. All right. We have, it looks like in this small picture here that is now bigger, we have one small Enneacraft, a big Enneacraft, and a new spell. All right. Let's see if they fall in the same like category as the existing ones. Level 1 Earth Machine Pendulum, Enneacraft Trito Exapathesia. Pendulum effect. You can only use the second effect once per turn. Each time a monster is flipped, place a counter on this card. You can pay 900, reveal 3 Enneacraft from your deck. Your opponent randomly picks 1 to add to your hand, shuffle the rest into the deck. Okay, this is the same effect as all of the other level 1 pendulums, which is really good. Another starter basically for the deck is really important. It's not going to help into Droll and Lockbird to have more searchers, but in general for the consistency of the deck, this is very big. Just having more starters, basically more copies of Cleaford Scout. Really good. Monster effect. It has the same effect of reveal this card in your hand, special a monster from your hand and face down defense. I assume they all are going to have this, even the big ones. I mean, they all do so far. When your opponent activates a card or effect that includes an effect that sets a card, you can change this face down card to face up defense position, add an Enneacraft card from your deck to your hand. Okay, this is neat. I mean, what kind of cards can you use this against? Draco Tail comes to mind, of course. If Draco Tail is trying to do any fancy chain blocking by putting the Draco Tail effects, like the graveyard effects, on higher chains, you can flip it up like that. But in a lot of decks, Ryziel Cross? You mean Star Ryziel? Sure, Star Ryziel, Labyrinth. Not a lot of decks that, I mean, it's going to be relatively easy to play around, I suppose, but realistically, that doesn't have to matter. You don't have to summon this in a matchup where it doesn't do anything. You can just use it as a scale, right? And yeah. But in some matchups, it's going to be cool. Flip, destroy one spell trap your opponent controls, and if you do, special summon a monster from your hand in face down defense position. Yeah, this to me just feels like they wanted to make one that's good against Draco Tail, because when your opponent activates like Pan, Urgula, whatever, you just flip this up, search a card, and then pop whatever they set. Right? That's the idea of this card. It's like they set a spell trap, so you pop it after, and you get a search. This is not amazing. I would say this is probably one of the worst level 1 Enneacrafts. However, I think the most important thing is just having more of this, right? More scales is important, I think, in Enneacraft. Just as many consistency cards as possible for this deck is good. The monster effect barely matters, but in some matchups it could be cute. Okay, and then we have the big one, Enneacraft Atil Spia, which is a level 9 light machine, just like all the other ones. Same stats and everything. Let me quickly check. Each time a monster is flipped face up, 1 counter. At the end of the battle phase, if you have an Enneacraft in your other pendulum zone, target a monster with less attack than this card, destroy it. Yep, exact same pendulum effect as all of the other big ones as well. Monster effect, reveal this card in your hand, special summon a monster from your hand in face down defense. Can't special summon the turn you activate except in face down defense. All right, same effect here. When your opponent activates a card or effect as chain link 3 or higher, quick effect, you can change this face down card to face up defense position, negate the activations of your opponent's cards and effects activated before this effect in this chain, and if you do, destroy the negated cards. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's nasty. That's good. This kills Draco Tail. I mean, okay, it's good against Draco Tail because when they summon Arthalion with 2 Draco Tails, they want to create 3 Chainlings. At the same time, you could also just make Arthalion with, let's say you have Arthalion and Pan, you can just activate 2 of them, right? It's not like you're going to lose all 3 effects. You're just skipping on 1. Right, so you would just basically never, you would try to never go to Chainlink 3, which is a big restriction for some decks, right? And it also, I think the more practical application for this card is that it makes it a lot harder for your opponent to respond to your cards. I think that is the more practical application. Like basically the example is your opponent does something, you chain to it, which is chain link 2, and then your opponent knows, oh, if I chain to this, I get destroyed, right? I think that's the bigger deal. It's not so much that, oh, when my opponent summons an Arthalion, then they can't activate everything. It's more so that you stop your opponent from just responding to your stuff. After this card was flipped face up, while it's in the monster zone, your opponent cannot activate cards or effects in response to the activation of their own cards and effects. Ah, okay. So that just prevents chain blocking, basically, is what that does. Which is good, because it solves a big problem for this deck, I think, which is chain blocking in general. Like one key thing. Hold up, let me pull up the card. I think the card that this is most important for is, hold up. Which one is the one I'm referring to? I always have to check. Not this one. Actually, all of them, but most importantly, I was thinking of this one. Yes, I'm thinking of this one. This one is when your opponent activates a card or effect that would destroy a card on the field, you can change it to face up and then your stuff can't be destroyed. So this is important to stop your opponent from like Raigekiing all your face down Enneacrafts, right? But one reason why the Mitsurugi matchup, for example, is horrible for Enneacraft is your opponent just chain blocks the Murakumo. They just summon Murakumo and they go, well, chainlink 1 Murakumo, chainlink 2 Kusanagi, and you can't do anything about that. So that was a huge problem. And I suppose this card is meant to help with this. However, the problem I see here is that you always have to find a way to flip this up before that happens, right? So Yeah. Because in this example, right, when your opponent summons Murakumo and uses Kusanagi as material, and they know you have this card, what they can do is chainlink 1 Murakumo, chainlink 2 Kusanagi, and just don't do anything as chainlink 3, and then you can't stop it with this, and you also can't stop it with this, right? So chainlink 1 Murakumo, chainlink 2 anything else still cooks Enneacraft. Unless you find a way to get this thing flipped face up first. If you flip this thing face up first, then your opponent just cannot chain block anything anymore, which matters for all of your Enneacrafts, right? There's other ones as well. Like there's one that prevents targeting. So if your opponent has any targeting effects, they cannot chain block them anymore. So basically, once you establish this card face up, it's going to be very hard to outplay your other Enneacrafts. Which is cool. I like that. But the problem is, it's not that easy to set it up. But I think the second effect is the better one anyways. I think the second effect, disincentivizing your opponent to like negate or chain to your cards, is pretty big. Also, just imagine like on your own turn, if you can find a way to summon the whale, for example, and this one to your side of the field, right? If your opponent does something and you chain the whale to negate it, your opponent doesn't want to chain to that, because if they chain to that, then this destroys them, right? This is good. This is a good card, and I think that's important for Enneacraft, because I think the concept of Enneacraft is solid. Believe it or not, even though the deck is basically seeing zero play right now, I think the deck is not that far from a working concept. And this card gets them closer to it. Because quite frankly, besides the whale, the other big Enneacrafts are pretty garbage right now. The small ones are all fine because they're all Rhodas. But the big ones are pretty, like, this one is pretty bad because it gets chain blocked all the time. And the other one, the one that prevents targeting, is even worse because that gets chain blocked even easier. So like both of the other big Enneacrafts are, and this one is, I think, even worse. Oh yeah, no, this one's fine actually. When your opponent activates a card or effect in response to your card, change this card face up and then return 3 cards. No, this one's fine. This one's good. Yeah, Leon is good and the whale is also good, but the other two were pretty mediocre. So getting another big one that's good is important. Don't the small ones have mandatory effects? Makes it much harder to avoid getting to Chainlink 3. If on a previous chain, one of these has been flipped face up, that is Chainlink 1 mandatory. Yes. If anything happens that triggers one of your small Enneacrafts, and then therefore they are, like, let's say your opponent activates Ketu Draco Tail, and you flip face up, which one would that be? Hold up. There's one that activates when they try to add. This one. This is not the one that when adds, but it works with the example I'm trying to make. When your opponent activates a card or effect that includes an effect that special summons a monster, which is Ketu Draco Tail, you can flip this up, and then after the chain resolves, your opponent performs a fusion summon with Ketu Draco Tail, and then you have Chainlink 1, this one, because it's mandatory. Negate the effects of one effect monster your opponent controls, which is horrible in this example, by the way. It's horrible in all cases, like Mitsurugi or Draco Tail, because you're mandatory Chainlink 1, and then they put Murakumo or Arthalion as a higher Chainlink. It's awful that this one's mandatory. It's really bad, unless it's your own turn, I guess. But for the most part, it's really, really bad against the problems that the deck has, like Murakumo. But now, if this is mandatory Chainlink 1, if your opponent wants to chain block their Murakumo, they have to go to Chainlink 3, right? They have to go Chainlink 2 Murakumo, Chainlink 3, whatever else, right? So basically, if you get into a situation, this is a lot of ifs and whens and so on, but if you get into a position where you have this one, and the new one face down, you basically, it's checkmate, right? Your opponent either puts the Murakumo Chainlink 2 and doesn't chain to it, then you can negate with this, or not negate, but flip this up, or if your opponent goes to Chainlink 3 to chain block the Murakumo, you can respond with this, right? And that would negate the entire chain for your opponent, which is good. That's a good, not this one, this one. So you get more flexible in your, it's not as easy to outplay the full Enneacraft board anymore, right? If you can get to both of these together, it gives actual value to cards like this one because you can't just chain block it, right? So this card I think is important in the grand scheme of things. Like trying to wrap my head around the concept of Enneacraft, which I think is pretty cool, but I also haven't played it myself yet, which I still really want to do. I still want to make a video on Enneacraft, which I'll probably do soon. I'll build it and go to locals with it and all that. Haven't found the time for that, unfortunately, yet. But I think that this solves some problems for the deck. But like, I don't think it's broken. I think this is something that like promotes interesting interactions, because I do see that I think a good player can definitely maneuver around this, I think, with the information that they are given, because you're not always going to have every Enneacraft on the board, right? You only have 5 slots. You can't have every possible Enneacraft. You have to, depending on what you draw and what you can search, you have to decide which ones you go for. And so like that information is going to be somewhat visible to your opponent because they're going to see your searches, they're going to see what you get, and maybe there's going to be a way to outplay this. This is not as broken because it does take quite a bit to go to Chainlink 3 or higher in any given moment before they could out it, right? Your opponent doesn't know what you have exactly. Yeah, I mean, then it'd be terrible. If they always know and see which one gets summoned where, that would be awful. So that's good, right? Like, it's good that you don't always see what they add, and it's good that you don't see where they summon what. Otherwise, the deck wouldn't work, right? As long as you don't get Drolled. Yeah, Droll. I mean, none of these help against Droll, right? Both of these are completely useless against Droll. And quite frankly, I'll tell you right now, while Droll and Lockbird is in the format, as popular as it is right now, this deck will never be meta. Never. It cannot be. Because Droll and Lockbird destroys this deck completely. You have no chance against Droll and Lockbird with this deck. Enneacraft Reset. Normal spell card. You can only activate a card with this card's name once per turn. Place one Enneapolis from your deck or grave face up in your field zone, or if you already control it, you can negate the effects of face up cards your opponent controls up to the number of cards in your pendulum zone instead. Okay. It's not my favorite bonus effect. I'm a really big fan of this mechanic of get the field spell, but if you already have the field spell, I do something else, preventing the cards from being completely dead if you draw them with the field spell. The bonus only applying going second is kind of mediocre, and it's not the greatest bonus, let's be real. It's okay when you're playing into the board. It negates cards forever, which is important. But I would have preferred if it had a bonus effect that was useful going first. But it's a good card to activate into a board. But you do need scales set up already. But I can imagine like going second into a board, you have a lot of ways actually with Enneacraft. I think when I pick up this deck eventually, even with the new cards especially, I'm going to be surprised how well this deck can play going second. Because you can summon the whale to negate stuff. You can summon this to prevent them from chaining too much to your stuff. Now you have this, so I can see just like summoning 1 or 2 Enneacrafts or even more, and then activating scales, searching without losing card advantage, and then eventually activating this, and that could be a really good way to play into boards with it, actually. So yeah. If your opponent activates a card or effect while this card's in your grave, you can banish this card, change Enneacraft monsters you control to face down position up to the number of cards in your pendulum zone. Ooh, that's interesting. So we have a lot of ways to flip Enneacrafts face up, but we don't have many ways to flip them back face down, which of course is also valuable. Because sometimes you flip something face up, like the whale on your turn, and then you want it back face down, and that card gives you this ability. This is nice. It's also worth noting that if the translation here is accurate, this card says you can only activate a card with this card's name once per turn. Activating a card does not count as activating its effect in the graveyard. So this second effect, if you have multiple copies in the grave, if I'm reading this right, or if it's translated correctly, is not once per turn. So if you can somehow get multiple into the graveyard, which is not easy because it is once per turn to activate, but if you can somehow get 2 in the grave, you could use it twice to set your stuff back face down. So interesting. All right. I like these. I'm also a big fan of Enneacraft as a deck. I really like how it feels like a completely new concept for a Yu-Gi-Oh deck. I think that's very interesting. It also kind of just happens to be like a very control-y deck, which is really up my alley. I'm still not entirely sure. Like, one thing I've noticed when I messed around with the deck a little bit, which I haven't played it much, but like paying 900 for each activation was a little weird, because on turn 1 it's fine, but on turn 2 already you're basically not able to do all your searches anymore because you're just like running really low on life points. Like, that's a genuine problem with Enneacraft. So I'm not entirely sure why they added that sort of like restriction to a control deck that's meant to outlast your opponent. That's a genuine concern I have, and none of these cards do anything about this. It's weird to have a concern about life point costs in a modern Yu-Gi-Oh deck, but I think the way this deck plays, in my head, I think that could genuinely be a problem, because like, you're trying to like search as many cards as possible on turn 1, which is going to cost you, I mean, if you have 5 of these level 1 scales now, and if you manage to resolve all 5, you're paying 4,500 life points, which is a lot. And that's going to put you into, first of all, it's going to make you relatively easy to kill if your opponent actually breaks through your board. And it's going to make your follow-up significantly weaker even if you manage to control the board. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's going to be a factor, but I do have to play the deck first in order to find out. So these cards are good. They're not broken, but they are kind of like what Enneacraft needs. I don't think Enneacraft needs really broken cards. I think Enneacraft just needs more solid cards to make it so you can fill a whole deck with cards that fit the theme. Especially the Searcher. I think even though the second card is the fanciest, I think the first one is the most important, just because it's another Searcher, another starter for the deck. I think that's awesome. So no matter, this card could have even not had a monster effect and it still would have been really important. The realistic answer, is this enough to make Enneacraft matter, is unfortunately 100% dependent on Droll Lockbird. If they don't touch Droll Lockbird, not like, if they maybe do something like limited or semi-limited, then there's a bigger chance I would ever like be able to play this deck in like a competitive tournament. Like, of course, it's fine. It's going to be fine at locals, completely fine. But realistically, at a big tournament, if Droll is in the format, you're not going to touch this deck. Like, you just cannot. So it depends on Droll Lockbird, honestly. It depends on the future of Droll Lockbird in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, I suppose, is the realistic answer to whether this deck is going to be good or not. Because this deck screams, you die to Droll. Like, the whole concept of the deck loses to Droll. But the cards are cool. I like it. All right. And with that, it's almost, it's after midnight. So I got to get up in like 7 hours for my regionals, probably less than 7 hours. So I'm going to call it a day now. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Hope you have a wonderful weekend. I'm not going to be live this weekend because I'm playing 2 regionals, Saturday and Sunday, but I'll be back on Monday reporting back from my TCG regionals. And yeah, so I'll see you all on Monday.